There it is. God, I hate Top Shot. Splotchy67 is first. Francis a close second. Welfare God makes it into third, but he gets hidden, and I have to click show him, which means Maker Viking gets it into third, and Welfare God gets into fourth. Radioactive Scale RC. I started this print yesterday, figuring, okay, 7-hour print, it'll be done by morning, right? Yeah, we're at 99%. It's still going. Oh, man, I even have the printer running at 2x speed on here and 100 millimeters a second here, and it's still slow as hell. Yeah, they really need to fix that firmware. Sorry, well, for God, you get a timeout for that. I like you, dude, but that's not acceptable. See you in 5 minutes. Yeah, the scanner works good if you're scanning like objects. Like I found out part of the problem is it doesn't like scanning small things. So when you scan larger things, it works substantially better. I need a tissue. I ain't got one. But yeah, when I tried to scan my own head, that worked a whole lot better than trying to scan, you know, little tiny objects. It does not like little objects. Especially if they're not optimized. Yeah, that's alright. That's not that great. It's Mountain Dew Zero Frostbite. It's okay. At least it's not garbage like the Baja Zero. Ugh. Friend. Oh, that's your name. Ooh, on a warmer day, I'm going to hook it up to one of my tablets, and I'm going to try to, like, scan a car, see what happens. I know the windows are probably going to freak it out, because that'll be, like, black. Hey, Jeff. But, I'm wondering if I can, like, scan a car. I probably can't scan a house too big. %. I should be able to turn the bed down to... Oh, you cannot adjust bed temperature. Oh, there it is, bed temperature. Hey, Alden. DeWitt is here. You're early, buddy. Happy Wednesday. I like to think of Wednesday as Eat People Day. Fuck you, Ezekiel. There's your name. Oh, I see what you did there. Mike Oxlong But if you say it all together, my cock's long. Nice. Isn't that nice? Bigger than a 444 for $339 shipped? Hell yeah. Basically, the only thing you might need to do is replace the hot end at some point. Otherwise, that printer is rock solid. How come? GT, what is it? GT3D? GTS3D? $9 a kilogram if you buy 10 or more. Nice. Yeah, the Chiron is just a good machine. I mean, okay, it's not the highest quality machine. My CR10, S4, S5 are going to give me cleaner prints every time. But when you're printing something with a 1mm nozzle, that difference is just not that big a deal. And the Chiron in every other way is just so much more superior. Isn't it amazing? And of course, you know, I mean, my settings are dependent on a regular nozzle, so I haven't used my CHT nozzle yet, so you may need to tweak. Like, for example, you might be able to go with a higher speed, because the CHT is better at transferring heat to the plastic. Hey, it finally finished! After 11 hours and 10 minutes, which should have took 7 hours. They sent me a flex plate, so I can finally print full-size prints on it. And of course, the wonder of a flex plate is the parts just come off. And flex plates never get old. Not bad. There's definitely some banding going on. That's not a design issue, that's a part issue. I gotta figure out what part is causing that. So what happened with Miss Wu? Somebody was saying, Mike, there it is. She wouldn't release the rights to the CR20 to them. Oh. So is that why they've banished me? They associate me with her? So it was a falling out. It was not a happy separation. Oh, cool. That works. Although, of course, the silk just broke. I had to expect that. Very cool. Now, how do these snap in? Oh, I know how that works. Okay. Oh, very cool. Does that just sit on top? Yeah, I guess it does. Oh, isn't that sharp? This is supposed to go this way. I think it goes this way. Yeah, it goes that way. Okay. Oh, that is sharp. So that's the... what's going on with your Viper? I don't know. I think she, I think behind the scenes she spoke a lot for me regarding Creality. And so they may have connected me to her. Because once they dropped her, I have not heard at all from them at all. Yeah, what's going on with your Viper? I've had nothing but good results with my Viper. You're not going to be able to do 100 millimeters per second with a 0.8, man. Even with a CHT, you're not going to get that kind of flow rate. Well, maybe at 0.2 millimeter layer height, but at 0.4, 0.6, too fast. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's pretty cool. So it's a little folding crate. The fronts fold in. They should fold all the way down. Oh, that is cool. Look at that. That's pretty sharp. I'm going to be printing more of these. I wonder how well these will scale up. I wonder how tiny I could print one in resin. Oh, now I want to... No, I'm not going to block them. You started it, Welfare God. You started it. See what you did? Oh, I never did update the mistletoe. I uploaded the mistletoe, but not the mistletoe. Hang on, let me do that.
How you like it?
Create, upload a thing. Hang on, where did I put that?
Hello, everyone.
Hot dog. Oh, give me the napkins.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Where is... Nope, it's going to be on the D drive. Can we see Michelle's feet? Well, it's up to Michelle.
Who asked that?
Welfare God. He wants to see your feet.
I'm sorry, I don't show my feet. I have monster toes. Sorry. Take after our father.
Let's see. 3D.
Why is he always...
There's the mistletoe. Where's the mistletoe?
Why does he always want to see my feet?
He's being funny. He's trolling.
What?
Trolling. He's being funny.
Oh, I don't show my feet.
Mistletoe. Sorry. Here we go. Bring up this one and this one. Yep, that's it.
I'm coming. Oh.
Hang on. Oh, we had an entire foot fetish section at our porno shop. So we know all about that.
I don't show anything.
Let's see.
Here.
Mistletoe.
Oh, you gotta grab it yourself. The children are summoning me.
Category. It's going to be art. Sculptures, I guess. I like the one the guy did. He actually made the toe the nose cone on the rocket. That one was good. I like that because I'm going to make that fly. And we used Tinkercad. We want to publish. And that will be this one. No pictures or anything yet, just the STL file. There you go. Now, there's another one that's really good. Let me see if I can find it again. It was on page 1, but maybe it's page 2 now. Come on, where is it? There it is. With some healthy modifications, this one could be very flyable. Hang on, here is the other one. This one's not mine, but I like this one. Pasta and cardboard. That is cool, though. The only thing I don't like is that there's no way to lock them. So these open. These side bits hold the Boy, that really doesn't want to open. There it goes. Oh, there is a dimple. It doesn't do much, but there is a dimple there. Why is this resisting opening? So there is a little dimple, but it doesn't lock very well. I would like it to be a little bit more secure, but that actually works really well. And the lid fits too. That groove there, the layer was a little too high when I printed that piece, because I forgot the PEI was a different thickness than my PC flex plate. But that actually locks on top there, so it actually fits into the groove there and holds it in place. So when you stack these, and I was wondering why do they have the ridge on top? That's because they're stackable. That's a really cool little model. I like that a lot. Sweet. Love to see what you do with the critter. Let's see, can I find that fold? I'm going to find this folding crate for you. This is really cool. Be nice, guys. Yeah, I'm going to find the link for you right now. It's got to be in the current list thing, so. Oh, VW bus marker holder. Oh, I want that too. Oh, that's just cool. I hate the fact that you can't download. Why would you do that? You can't download zip files anymore from Tinkercad. It's broken enough that they haven't fixed it. It's really annoying. Because I depend on having that text file in the zip file that gives me a link back to the model. Okay, this is clearly not what I was doing, so let's try searching. But this search usually doesn't work. Yeah, of course it didn't work. Why was I thinking it would possibly work? Do I have any black friends around here? No, I pretty much don't have any friends around here. Back in Pennsylvania, I do. Okay. They got little models of milk crates that are kind of cool. How the hell do I find this? Like, I don't even know how I would find it. I don't know how I found it the first time. What I've started doing is putting the thing number in the folder name, but I only did that for one of them when I thought of it. Yeah, see, I didn't do that with folding crate. I wonder if I search for the file name. That is not what I wanted to do. Not what I want. Is that it? Nope, I found it. It is thing number 5167849. Got it. But now I do want to check that out. Oh, I did this one before. Oh, that looks different. That looks like it's in pieces. I did a gigantic one of him. It was like 2 kilograms of plastic. It was stupidly heavy. So let's put that in the not flexible critters. Figures. I'll stick that in my figures collection. Cats are doing pretty good. They're being a little picky about what they're eating, so that I might have to starve them again.
It ended up being a bully.
So that is, let me add this to my folder name before I forget. Folding crate. Add the thing number to the folder. There we go. Yeah, upsized to a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, and you have no problems with the wood filament. With a 0.4, you're going to get random clogs now and then. Hey, Ronald. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Don't use silk filament. And when if you use silk filament, make sure you pop the insert them vertically this way. Click this way. Don't try to click this way. You'll break the silk filament. So make sure you insert them this way, and they'll click in place without breaking the silk. No, I never finished Rancor. I still haven't fixed the Chiron. I still haven't gotten around to fixing the Chiron, and that's the one I have to do the Rancor on. I bought the parts to fix it, and I lost the parts to fix it. Of course I did. Alright, that's finished. Now my curiosity is what is going on with my Z-banding. So something is... Let me take that memory stick out before I break it. This thing is so freaking heavy. Okay. So what's the problem here? Okay, that's nice and loose, so we no longer have that problem. That's actually a little too loose.
Daddy clean your litter box, Ender?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, 0.6 is a very good compromise. Okay, that's not loose. That's nice and tight. It doesn't look like it's... Although... No, that looks straight. I'm looking at the lead screw and the chassis. It looks like it might be a little further out at the top than the bottom, so the bottom might be getting pinched a little bit. I might have to shim out the stepper motors just a tiny bit. Let's try a Z movement. Okay, prepare. We want to move axis. And the Z. Let's go 150. Is it going to 0 and then move? Let's get that out of the way. Okay, it looks like it's going to 0 and then move 150. Well, you can try to find me. I'll decide whether I want to eat you or not when you get here.
What's that?
Welfare God said he wants to come over.
Why?
I don't know.
He's not cleaning my feet.
Huh? Maybe. Depends on how much money he brings.
What?
Depends on how much money he brings.
Well, he better pay me if he wants my feet.
Oh, she's willing to show you your feet for money.
Hey, so are you. You just said if he's willing to bring money.
I'm not willing to show my feet for money. I'm willing to show your feet for money.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's messed up, Chris.
I know. This moves so slowly.
I gotta make money somehow. Right, Chris?
Hang on, Michelle. Yeah, this rod is bent.
You're bent.
But that shouldn't be causing the banding I'm seeing. No, it's not bent because it's not wobbling. At least very, very little. It's wobbling a tiny bit, but they all do. This was printed on the MakerPi P3. Like I said, show up with some cash. Let's get that plastic off of there. I think this motor might need to be shimmed out a tiny bit. That's rolling. That is rolling. Boy, that is really freaking tight. That might be part of the problem right there. There we go. That's a little looser. That was so tight that I couldn't turn the wheel at all. How's this one? That one's also stupid tight. Let's loosen that up a little bit. A little bit better. They were really, really tight. Can I go up higher? I hope it doesn't reset to 0 every time I do this. That's 300. Now, what about our height? Is the height good? A single printer, you'll probably be okay, but you do need a decent amount of room because they are a bit messy. We are at 85, 87, and 87. Okay, so we're level. You got it, Splotchy. Thank you for joining in. I'm on pinion, not off pinion. Looks like it's moving smoothly. I still think this needs to be shimmed out just a hair. It's not wobbling, though.
Huh? We got a climber.
Yeah, I was worried about that, too. I'm not sure how they're going to solve that. But this cable is pushing into the spool. And I am not sure how they're going to fix that. How the hell did it do that? Oh, that's how. So they need taller spool holders. The whining noise you're going to be hearing is the fans. Yeah, that's a pretty steady state noise in the background. So yeah, they're going to need taller spool holders too. They got to raise the spools up high enough so that these cables don't push. Right now, this cable is pushing right into that spool. And I'm only at 300. If I go up all the way, the actual socket is going to be pushing into that spool. So they need to make these spool holders at least 60, 70 millimeters taller. Okay, let's go auto home. Yeah, it's actually lifting up the spool. That's not good. I could see it knocking that spool right off the printer at for taller prints. And watch out for these dangling into your print. I'm thinking maybe a little hook coming off the back of here like this with some Teflon tape in it so that these can be held up here like this to not only keep them up and make them easier to slide, but to also project them back far enough so they're not in your build volume while you're printing. Because as you can see, these things dangle right into your build volume while you're printing. So those cables are going to be an interesting problem they got to figure out. I wonder, is this bracket sticking out further? We're at 2.7. That's too small a difference. Oh, it is 2.7. And what are you? What the hell? It is. This bracket's sticking out further. There's your Z binding. So this bracket here is holding this rod 2.7 millimeters out, while that one's 2.6 millimeters out. Yes, direct drive. That explains the Z wobble right there. And there is not enough play in the bushing to adjust for that. So the only thing I could do is to shim this motor out 1 millimeter. So that this is pre-production beta hardware. You guys know this. They're not even, their Kickstarter hasn't even started yet, as far as I know. So this is something that they can fix. Let's see. It's probably going to be this one. Yep. Wow, that's tight. So are those threaded right in? Yes, they're threaded right in, and there's plenty of space. So I should be able to just stick something in there to shim that out 1 millimeter. Yep, it immediately wants to pop out a little bit. There we go. Now we're getting rid of that little off angle, that off axis I was seeing. Okay, so now we know what the problem is. It might be as simple as sticking something like this in there to take up some thickness there. Okay. And please, for God's sake, let us tap the number, bring up a touchpad with a number pad on it, like the Creality machine does, so we can punch in a number that we want. Because having to press and hold is a pain in the ass. There we go. Gotta wait for it to stop because I know I'm going to get my finger stuck somewhere it shouldn't be. Yes, this is pre-production and it's direct drive. Each of the units is self-contained. So here, for example, is the laser unit. And here is the high temperature unit. There is your feeder, your stepper, your hot end, your extruder assembly. So that's all. Everything is in there.
Chris,
Yeah.
Nelsie's eating.
good.
He's playing musical.
There we go. We got the shim in there. And it's out of the way. Okay. And that looks like it's lining us up. We should be at 2.7 now down here. And we are. 2.75. That should be close enough. I can just crank these down a little tighter to reduce that tolerance a little bit. Those Z steppers are getting unusually hot. I wonder if they're holding them in lock phase too strongly. Let's clip the excess. There we go. So what I've done is I have put a piece of they're not using hammer nuts. They actually got threaded holes for the steppers. So I added a piece of zip tie in there to act as a shim. And so now that's pushing this stepper motor out a little bit. I suspect this bracket here is malformed. So this bracket is sticking out a little bit further because the distance from the rail to the outside edge of the lead screw is 2.7 centimeters on this side, and it's 2.6 centimeters on the other side, which means this bracket here is also set for 2.6 centimeters. So the lead screw was being forced out at an angle like this. So actually the same as the original Ender 3, where the where this was set at one distance and this was set at another distance, and it was forcing torque on the lead screw. So I shimmed out this one approximately a millimeter to get it to right around 2.7 centimeters, which should now relieve that stress on the lead screws. What will happen is when you twist it this way, this brass collet here is going to try to do a twist. That brass collet, and of course that brass collet can't twist. So what's going to happen is the lead screw is going to bind inside of that right there. That's why loosening this helps. When you loosen that, that's why that helps. So I actually need to loosen these again and let them resettle themselves into a position they like, which should just be as simple as homing. So just make sure they get nice and settled. Yeah, this will print TPU. This comes with a flexible head. So it comes with a flexible filament option, which is a different feeder unit, which I'm assuming has a captive path to prevent the flexible from getting away. So this should be able to handle pretty much any flexible you throw at it. It comes with two normal heads. It comes with a mixing head. It comes with a high temperature head. It comes with a flexible head, and it comes with a laser head. So yeah, that's going to cause binding, and now our little addition here should solve that binding problem. Are you suicidal? I think you're suicidal. I don't like the way that gets pulled, although it's not putting a ton of stress on it. Hey, the filament broke. Interesting. That cheap filament snapped. Now let's check the offset. Okay. That's the load. Disable steppers. Move access. Cool. We don't want that. Probably under settings. ABL. Oh, it's going to do the whole thing again? I can't just change the offset? It's not too tight. These wheels might be too tight. I'll have to check them later. Actually, I like these belt tensioners because they're subtle. They're not in your face, and they don't scream adjust me. I like this. They're there, but they don't scream adjust me like so many of them do. Remove the plate. So you can't adjust the trim, the offset, without going through the entire process. That's annoying. I can't give you her phone number. No, she'd squash him. If she sat on your nose, she'd squash you. You might not survive the experience. Have what? Oh, phone number. Yeah, Welfare God wants your phone number.
What?
Welfare God wants your phone number.
Why?
I don't know. He's a weirdo.
Why does he want to date me?
Uh-huh.
Not happening.
She said not happening.
How old is he?
I don't know. Where's my flashlight?
Alright, I learned my lesson. I don't give my number out. I don't know you. What are you saying to him for him to want my phone number?
You heard everything I'm saying. He's just trolling. It's doing something. Just a suggestion to the MakerPi folks: you probably shouldn't level at the very corners of the plate. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but many times it's not ideal to level at the corners of the plate, since if there's going to be a warp, That's where the warp's going to be. Where you should be leveling is where the screw holes are. So right where the springs are, that's where you should be doing your bed leveling, right where those springs are. I would imagine it's going to be a pretty hefty price if it comes with all of these hot ends, because it comes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate modules. It comes with the high temp module, the flexible module, the laser module, the mixing module, and 2 standard modules. Now I wish the flexible module was an E1. If you guys can make the flexible an E1, I'd appreciate that, because I'd like to be able to use the flexible with the high temperature. So printing TPU with polycarbonate or TPU with nylon would be interesting to play with. That's assuming those materials will even stick to each other. They might not stick to each other. But making the flexible module an E1 module would be nice, because since it's an E2, I can't use the flexible module in sync with the high temperature module, and that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'd like to get an Ender 2 Pro. There's a few things that I would change back to the way they were. For example, I would go back to having a spool on top. Even though that causes minor issues with the filament path, it's worth it because the entire printer is more compact. You kind of ruined how compact the Ender 2 was by sticking the giant spool out the side. You know, if you want to fix the filament path issue, just put a little piece of curved PTFE going into the feeder. That solves your filament path problem. Exactly. I don't like the spool holder on the side. I'd go right back to the spool holder on top. And they really, really need to increase the speed of all this. This is taking forever to do this. I have a 3D printable one on my site that's okay. I still haven't figured out the perfect way to make a 3D printed spoolder, but I haven't put a lot of time into it either. Oh, really? I'm hoping the Ender 2 Pro has a better motherboard inside too, because one of the only things that annoyed me about the original Ender 2, it was minor, but it was annoying. Whoa. What the hell is doing that? Look at this. Something is vibrating the piss out of that. Look at the way that rod's vibrating. I don't know what it's doing to do that, but there's a harmonic going on there. Look at that thing go. Wow, I mean that thing's harmonically vibrating. I wonder why. Is the coupler doing that? Nope, the coupler's not moving. So why? Oh, the other one's doing it too. I don't know why they're doing that.
Because they don't like you. That's why they're doing
That's actually incredible. I mean, that thing's really going. I can feel it vibrating like crazy. It says moving. But, yeah, the whole printer's doing that, but what's moving? These are both green. Something's trying to move. I think the Z motors are doing something weird. No audible noise, but that stepper is definitely moving weird. Like, this stepper's pretty solid, but that stepper will move if I grab the coupler. Yeah, it's this stepper. For some reason, that stepper is in a mode. It's weird. So, this stepper here, if I just move it a little bit, you can see it, it'll move. Okay, it's almost like it couldn't get to where it needed to go. So that stepper might be too tight as well. Okay, let's loosen up those a little bit. Leveling done. Okay, put plate on. It could also be the bushings were just out of whack. And now that I've taken the torque out of this one, I've applied torque to that one. Let's see if that motor does anything weird. I didn't see any wobble. Yeah, it's moving smoothly. So I think it's Z min. I gotta raise up the scrubbers. The scrubbers are too low.
I gave you the napkins.
Right, oh, thank you.
Goodbye. It's too chilly out here.
It's 68 degrees. Stop whining. Okay, E1Z offset. Good. Now I can change this to 5? Really? That looks pretty good. Let's go to touch. Yeah, I think I like 0.8. Okay. Hopefully it lets me set the E2. Yeah, E2 offset. How do I adjust it? Anybody know how to do the E2? Why is this full screen? What the fuck? What the hell is going on with my goddamn window? How did I get into this? There, oh, there it goes. Yeah, well, could be, I don't think it's a bent shaft. I think it was just jamming. I loosened up the brass bushing, and it seems to be okay. How do you adjust the E2 offset? I clicked on E2 offset, and it takes me to a screen where I can set the X, the Y, and the Z offset. But it doesn't move the head into position for me to check it. Like, I can adjust it, but I have no idea what I'm adjusting. So we just have to assume it's right. But we know it's not going to be right. That's annoying. Okay, so to get to offset, if you go to mode settings, you can get to that screen where you can change the offset without having to go through the entire ABL process. Let's see if the screw will print, but we're not going to print the whole thing because it takes too long. Well, that's one way we can test it. Let's put it in duplication mode. Yeah, let's try duplication mode. And then I can see how different the offset is, and then I can correct it. There's enough there on this side to print that. Well, it gets up to temperature in 90 seconds. That ain't bad. So now I need to get this to come out. And now how do I get that to go in? It doesn't want to go in. And it's brittle as fuck. I don't think that's going in. It does not feel like it's going in. Okay, so it does not correctly adjust for the change in size of the print area. There it goes. Now we're in there. So it is not adjusting for the screw is centered. The screw is centered on the build plate, but it looks like it did not. So when you center something on a 300 build plate, then the center of your print is at 150, 150. So what it should do when it does an IDEX mirror is it should adjust the position of your print to be 75, 150, which would put it in the center of your 300 by 150 print area, because your print area is going to be smaller because of the you're splitting the bed in half to use both heads. It's not doing that. So it looks like I'm going to have to slice the object with the idea of mirror or duplication mode in mind. That's something they should be able to handle on their own. I would think. Maybe the firmware can't. I'm trying to remember how the Artist D did it. But let's reslice that. Okay, get rid of all of you. Get rid of you. No, I want to get rid of you. That means no weirdness there. Okay. Well, no, in duplication mode, yes, it'd be smaller than half, but in mirror mode, it could be half. Because remember, the heads are moving in lockstep, so the heads can never touch. In mirror mode, yes, because you're going to be mirroring, so the heads can collide in the middle. But in duplication mode, the heads will be moving in lockstep, so you should get half the bed. We're very close to it. Let's see, is the deck screw still in here? Let's see, is that going to be a recent download? Hot dog. Deck screw. Why is Chi2 Box doing anything? What the fuck? $180. Let's make them 50 millimeters tall. That's too small, maybe. That's more like it. So right now, it's in the center. And the problem is, if you try to print in the center, your second one is going to be off the bed, which is the x-axis max limit reach, what it was whining about. So what I need to do, I suspect, so we need to move it to here, so that it's in the center of the left half. I suspect that will work. I also think there's a chance this will work in vase mode. Maybe. Let's do 80%. Top solid is going to be 0. Bottom solid is going to be 3. Perimeter, vase mode. Actually, let's leave it at 3 and 3 and do what I normally do. Tools, variable. We're going to go to 0.6. Split the process and then change this process to be 0 bottom and 1 perimeter, and we are going to over extrude at 1. See, 2, 4, 6. It's 1.5. $220 is fine. That should give us a nice clean vase mode in 47 minutes, which means about an hour and a half. Alright, there's our bottom. Yeah, that looks like it should vase print. I might have to go down to 0.12. Oh yeah, we got gaps there. See the gaps? Oh, wrong one. That should be 1.5. 0.1. There we go. Now we're nice and tight. That should work. Maybe. Deck screw. Dupe. Let's try that. And deck screw dupe. Duplication mode. Yes. Okay. Let's see what happens. Both filaments are loaded. Anything I want. And life gets bitten. I like these little crates. That's actually kind of cool. Now I really want to print one of these out of resin about this big and see if I can make it work. Just because. I'm gonna scare the cat. Scared nosy. Come here, baby. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Wow, minute 40 seconds it got up to temperature. Not bad. And that's both nozzles and the bed at the same time. I had to do that manually because it, of course, wants to do just the bed and then the nozzles. I think there's a way in the slicer to change that. You can like give it a there's two ways to do it. You can set temp or you can set and wait. And I know in the slicer it's programmed to set and wait. But I believe you can add just a set temp in your start script. So it'll set temp and then do a set and wait. This way, while it's waiting for the bed to heat up, it's already heating up the nozzles. I believe there is a way to do that. I got to experiment with that. Hey, we're good. Oh, yeah. Looking good. So it looks like their presets were pretty good. Let me get you guys down here so you can actually see what it's doing. Let's try to lock in the focus so it doesn't keep doing that jiggle jiggle. Yeah, it looks good. I think I can bring the left side up a little bit. It's a little too low on the left. While the right side is absolutely perfect. But the left side is not big enough of an issue to cause a problem. Nice. Duplication mode is definitely handy because when you have to make well, what we're doing is the printer is simply moving both heads in lockstep. So as far as the G code's concerned, only one's being printed. But because the two heads, you can see they're moving together, they're not moving independently of each other, that's called duplication mode. So yes, you're using one G code and you're getting two files. You just have to remember that your print volume is effectively half on the x-axis. And in mirror mode, it's half plus the width of the heads times 2. Because when you're mirroring, that's printing a left side and a right side. So for example, if you're printing parts that are actually a left and right mirror of each other, you can do that in mirror mode. And it'll figure all that out for itself. What you can't do is you can't, except for mirror. Mirror is the only exception. And it can only be a mirror on the x-axis. It cannot be a mirror on the y-axis. Because you only have one y. But you have two x. So you can duplicate on X or you can mirror on X, but you cannot duplicate on Y and you cannot mirror on Y. When you're printing more than one of the same thing, that's perfect. You could also combine, You could also combine duplication mode with sequential printing in the slicer. So in Simplify 3D, for example, I could tell it to print a screw here, print a screw in the middle, and print a screw in the back. And then I could tell this printer to do duplication mode, and it will duplicate a screw on the right, and a screw in the right middle, and a screw in the right back. So I could print 6 of them all at once in half the time, because remember, it's doing 2 at once. Theoretically, you can... Oh, that fan is not happy. Which fan is that? Not that one. It's that one there. The parts cooling fan is not happy. Have to let it heat up. So once the 2 heads are in position, they're effectively one head. They're just both extruding. So you can get away with a lot of interesting stuff doing that. I hope that bearing settles down after a bit, because that's really annoying. There it goes.
What did you do to make it mad?
Bad bearing. I gotta tell them to use, if they're gonna make a printer this expensive, use ball bearing fans, not bushing fans. Like, come on. Spend the extra 50 cents, use ball bearing fans. Well, it's not split G-code. You're just telling the printer, I only have a 300 by 150 print volume, and then this head just ghosts that head. So they're just ghosting each other. So the only thing you have to do that's special is this. All you have to do is make sure that you put it in the middle of the left half of your print volume, and then it will create a ghost over here with the other head. So you're not actually slicing the other one. It's generating that inside the printer by ghosting the 2 heads together. So think of it as like no, you cannot print 2 different objects, because the head movements have to be either duplicate or mirror. So the only way you could print 2 different objects is if the 2 different objects had the same exact linear footprint and they had the same exact X movements, Y movements. You could theoretically have different X movements, but you can't have different Y movements because you only have 1 bed, not 2 beds. So you can only do duplication, or you can do mirroring. Now, you can also do multi-head. So you could tell it, print this with the left extruder, print this with the right extruder. And it'll bring out the first extruder, if it's programmed for this. It'll bring out the first extruder, do its thing, park the first extruder, then bring out the right extruder, do its thing, and then park the extruder, and then keep going back and forth. That's what the purge buckets are for. So that any ooze that comes out will come out in the purge bucket and be wiped off. You could, but I find it easier just to move the part to the left. So if you look here, there's your center. So now you know that this line right here is your center line. So basically, treat these 2 blocks as a dead man zone. See these 2 blocks right here? That's left dead zone, right dead zone. So I would just treat those blocks as a dead zone and put it inside this left side or this right side. Well, you have to do it on the left side. And so we know that that is the center of my left side. And so it'll duplicate over here. So I would just leave it as here. Why do you keep turning off my move function? And then just treat these 2 blocks as a dead zone. What's flash print slicer? So I just move over here to the center of my left zone. I'm surprised it didn't do that automatically. I guess it can. I guess that's a little complex. Yeah, I think I had to do this as well with the Artist D. I had to do the same thing. Oh, I forgot about the threads in the middle. Oh well, it'll still figure it out. I totally forgot about the Phillips screw hole in the center. Well, in theory, you should be able to go all the way to the center in duplication mode, but not in mirror mode. Because in mirror mode, the heads are moving in opposition to each other, like this. So this is duplication. So as long as there's enough space for the head to move past the X limit, you can theoretically use the entire build volume, half. In theory, it depends on how they have it set up. But in mirror mode, the heads are going to be moving toward each other and away from each other. So you can't move all the way to the center because the two heads will hit each other. So you're going to have a dead zone in the center equal, in theory, to the distance from the tip of the nozzle to the edge of the mechanical construct. Where mirror mode comes in handy is, for example, let's say you're printing a shoe. Well, you need a left shoe and a right shoe. So you could just put the right shoe on the left side and tell it to mirror. And in theory, that'll work. I also printed one of these last night as a test print. You can see the banding I got on there is pretty gnarly, which we should have just fixed. But that's for hanging up soda bottles, like 2-liter bottles. So that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, like this. There we go. There you go. So that's what that's for. Wonder if you could print two parts that connect. No, because they would have to overlap. I mean, I guess in theory, if you could program it, you could trick it into doing that. So, like, think two puzzle pieces where one is inside the other. In theory, you could trick it to do that. I wouldn't know how to do that, though. And bed placement would be absolutely critical. Well, your offset would have to be the exact offset of the two heads. So whatever the offset of these heads are, you'd have to tweak that. You know, try it, tweak it, try it, tweak it, try it, tweak it, until you got exactly the right offset. Yeah, in theory, it's possible. Whether or not the firmware will let you do that. Like, I know there's cage limits. So, for example, when you saw me first try to print the duplication, it errored with a beep and said X limit max. Well, that's because it tried to print from the center of the plate, and so you're not seeing what I'm showing you. It tried to print from the center of the plate, so of course this head here tried to go past the limit. It tried to go past this limit here. In theory, as long as you stayed within those cage limits, you could try. What you would really need to do, though, is you'd have to alter the firmware, because the distance between these two heads is hard-coded. So you would have to In the firmware, you would have to change the offset of these two heads to be closer together to allow them to overlap into the other one. Because right now, if this tried to go into the left side, this one would hit the X-min limit. And if this one tried to go into the right side, this one would try to go right the same exact amount, and it would hit the X-max limit. So you would have to make these heads come closer together. So you couldn't do that in a slicer. That would have to be done in the firmware. You'd have to create a mode or enable a command to allow you to change that offset. And once you change that offset, then you could make, for example, see, the problem is whatever joint you had in the middle would have to be exactly the same on the left side of the left part. Because remember, you can move X independently, but you can't move Y independently. And there's only two ways to move X independent and have Y be the same. And that's duplication and mirror. So I'm not... The only way I can see doing that would be whatever joiner you had in the middle would have to either be a straight line, or if that joiner had an overlap, your left edge would have to have the same overlap, and your right edge would have to have the same overlap. Because remember, the two heads have to move in sync. They have to move in lockstep. So the way you would do that would be to, like for example, if you were printing two squares, you'd have to have a straight line here and a straight line here and here. And then you would just have those lines overlap by 0.05. So that the two plastics would melt together. And it would probably be a pretty weak bond. It would only work for very, very particular situations. You'd be better off just using IDEX mode. You know, print the whole part with both heads. But for printing something that's square, then in theory it could work. You could also, in theory, print a gear as long as the gears were the same left and right and center. This should not be working, but it's working. I forgot about the hole for the Phillips screw in the middle. Why isn't that heater on? That heater should be on. I programmed it to turn on. It is on. So why isn't it running? Oh. The tilt trigger was activated. That's why it wasn't on. Yeah, in theory, in very limited, very, very niche situations, it theoretically should be possible. Let's see, how else could you do it? The other way to do it would require you to be able to write your own slicer. So So what you would basically have to do is have a you would have to mix IDEX independent and IDEX duplication modes together. So the way you would do that is you would print all of the parts that are duplicate, and then your G-code would have to stop extruding on the left or the right head, and then move the right head into position, do the joiner in the middle, go back to its offset, and then continue duplication. So it would be duplication, independent, duplication, independent, duplication, independent. That's what you'd have to do. You'd have to figure out how to do that, and that would be a lot of slicer trickery, and also the printer would have to have some major firmware changes, because this is designed to put itself into duplication, independent, or standard or mirror mode. So you would have to figure out a way of dynamically changing those modes in real time. That could get tricky, especially since it depends on homing in order to create the offset. So if you lose steps anywhere, you're in trouble. So the way I would do that, for example, is print the two boxes, for example. Print, duplication mode, and then I would pause this head and just move this head and do the combined area in the middle, and then go back to my position and then do the next layer in duplication mode, pause this head again, bring this one in, do the joiner again. Or you can even do back and forth, go do this joiner, then let this one do the joiner, then let this one do the joiner. That would keep your filament usage more even. So in theory that should be possible, but that would require some pretty amazing slicer and firmware modification. Well, that would allow you to print an object that has a different center than an outside edge. I mean, your outside edges would still have to be duplicates of each other or mirrors of each other, but that would let you do it. Now, if your outsides are totally different, well, now you're just in regular IDEX mode. You're just going to park the left head and print the right half. But now you're not gaining speed. The whole point was to gain speed. And to do that, you'd have to do a mixed mode. You'd have to do a mixed mode. Hello, Yamaha. You'd have to do a mixed mode between duplication and IDEX. I mean, theoretically that should be possible, but that would require some pretty impressive changes to both the slicer and the firmware. How deep does that go? So it goes to about there. Because I'm actually looking forward to seeing it do two vase prints simultaneously. That'd be pretty cool to see. Oh. Now I gotta see if I can convince them to send me 2 more of these heads. I want 2 more of these, so I could put a 1mm nozzle on both of them. Hey, I don't see any banding, so I think we fixed the banding problem. We'll have to wait till more of it prints, but on this one, you could already see the banding on the lower part there. See how you can see the banding on there? Even on a short part like this, the banding was there all the way at the bottom. The new Ender 3 S1, I've seen it, but I don't have it, of course. Oh yeah, that would work. In theory, the only problem with trying to print infill, no, that would again, that would only work if the model was a duplicate or a mirror on both sides. Because otherwise you would have one of the nozzles crossing your outside perimeter at certain points, and that's going to mess up your print when it's oozing, and there's no way for you to stop that oozing dynamically. Yeah, that would not work. I would not do that. That would really mess up the exterior of your model. Because think about it, if I were printing, say, you know, if I were printing this shape and this shape, for example. So when I started doing the IDEX duplication infill mode, when this nozzle's here, this nozzle would be outside of this print area. So it would be crossing my outside wall to get to the infill part. And then when it got over to here, it'd be outside the wall again. So that even if you stop the extruder at the correct points in time, you're going to have some micro oozing, and there's going to be some micro contact between the layers, and those will be artifacts on the outside of the model, which is something you really don't want. For a very, very minimal savings of time. The matter of fact, you might not even save any time at all unless the model was very large, because the printer would have to pause for a moment to bring both heads into sync with each other, and the time it takes to do that each layer is going to eat away at the time you save by being able to use both to print the infill. So you probably wouldn't save as much time as you'd think. Now, if you were printing on a printer that had like a cubic meter build volume, that might make a difference. That might make a big difference. But on a printer with a 3x3 build volume, you're probably not going to see as big of a difference as you might think. Let me give you guys a view back here again. It's doing a pretty good job considering that I'm doing a split vase, which is not good because you're going to have artifacts when you do a split vase. Especially since I have increased back pressure with the printing at 0.6 with a 0.4 nozzle. Well, the prints where it could be useful are so niche that I don't see anybody doing the work to design it. I mean, you'd basically be doing, software engineering for a single model. And I don't imagine that's very practical. I think I might actually put the spools on the back of the printer. If I put the spools on the back of the printer and then have a second spool on the front of the printer for these cables to dangle over, I think that would solve the problem of the wires and cages hitting the spools. So here's what I would do. I would put this There we go. So I would do this. Have the spool back here, maybe a little bit of Teflon here to make sliding over this easier, and then I would have a second spool sticking out here like this, and then I would have this. Do I have enough slack? Yes, I do. There we go. And then I would have this on another spool sitting here like this. So a second little spool holder coming out here for this to drape over, so that this doesn't interfere with this. Yeah, I'd have a second spool hole right here, and a little one of these little spools sticking out the front, and then this would drape over the front, and this would drape over the back. That's how I would handle that. That would take care of that problem. Yeah, that would work. I'm gonna give them that suggestion. Unless you guys can think of a better idea, I think that would work. I finished the bottle too. I think that's my final design. I have a little cap to go over the hot dog end, and then the screw cap is a cone, so now it's symmetrical. And then I also have double the entry points for the liquid to get inside the cylinder. So I think this is not quite airtight. It's almost airtight. It's so close. To make it fully airtight, I'm probably going to have to polyurethane coat it. So basically, pour some polyurethane in here. Roll this around like that for 10 or 15 minutes until you get the inside fully coated. And then pour out the excess polyurethane and let it dry. Ideally, after you pour out the polyurethane, put this on a roller mechanism and have it sit there and roll so that the polyurethane doesn't pool on one side. I could also experiment with trying to make it airtight. I'm not sure where it's leaking from. I got to figure that out. But yeah, that's looking pretty neat. So when we try the high temperature hot end, I may try printing with some carbon fiber polycarbonate, which should make this able to handle sodium hydrox temperatures without a problem. That's the idea. The idea is now... Oh, that's the other thing I gotta look up. I bet you they already have heat sealable sleeves for hot dogs. Why isn't this working? There it goes. I bet you that is something that already exists. Okay, so those are the bags that you put the whole hot dog in. What I need is the polyethylene bags. So I don't want this because this is going to make it too wide. I need a polyethylene sleeve that I can seal the end of. But I don't want these wings. I don't want it to be flat like this. I want it to be an actual sleeve. That might not exist. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Hot dog steamer. See, I need polyethylene, not foil. I need something I can seal. I need something like this out of polypropylene or whatever the Ziploc bags are made out of. so I can stick a hot dog in it almost skin tight, and then use a impulse sealer to seal the end of it, so I can basically make an individually wrapped hot dog. Like this, but made out of polypropylene. I know it's got to exist. It's got to exist. Hot dog bag. See, this is for the whole hot dog. I need it just for the dog. What if I add heat seal? See? See how they're resealing the bag? I need an individual hot dog bag that I could then use one of these to seal the hot dog inside of it. Basically, I need a Ziploc bag the size of a hot dog. I bet you it exists, and I just need to figure out the word, the key word to use. Nope. There's got to be. It's. I just gotta figure out what the keywords are. I don't know what the keywords are. Oh, we should be getting to the vase by itself mode soon. Oh yeah, we're just about there. There, nope, still doing that. Almost done. It's just doing a little tiny smidge now. There we go. Now we're in pure vase mode. Nice! Another reason I want more of these heads is I want to do, I think I haven't figured out a use for it yet, but I think it might be interesting to have mixed nozzle sizes. So, print some of the parts with a thicker nozzle and some of the parts with a thinner nozzle. I'm not 100% sure how I would use that, but it'd be interesting to play with it. Yeah, and I think we did fix the banding problem too. I don't see any banding yet. Yeah, I don't see any banding. So I do believe we fixed the banding problem. So the bushings were a hair too tight, and the big one was, this one was a millimeter too small. I had to shim it out a little bit. I know they asked me what time my stream is on, so I'm hoping one of their representatives is in here watching this at some point. But I'll make a whole separate video as well, just going over the issues. Banding on the run. Yeah, we put that sucker on the run. It's fleeing now. I love this little crate. Now I want to print more of them. Oh man, that is so cool. In fact, I want to slice it up. Let's see. I should have a factory file. Oh, I did not save a factory file of it. Okay. No big deal. Folding crate, base, lid, long side, short side. Oh, I definitely do not want that. We want a 90 that way. I don't want that either. Wait, sometimes it chooses the dumbest way to lay out parts. It's like, yeah, no, that's dumb. Don't do that. Don't be stupid. So we gotta bring these boogers real close together, since I want to try to print this on a 220 printer, which I think can do it. Alright, that's as small as it gets. So now let's bring in the CR6SE. No. Extrusion multiplier, we're going to go down to 0.95, 0.4, 6, and 8. We are going to do 3, 3, and 3. I think we're gonna leave it at 0.2, I think, for the better resolution. Infill shouldn't matter. I don't think there is any infill. 60, 50, 40, 220. No changes there. Will it fit? I do believe it will. Yes. So I can print this on an Ender sized machine. And I can actually space them out a little bit, which is good, because they were a little crowded. Okay. Okay, audio should be back now. Oh, we had a shift. Is that? Oh, no. That's the threading. That's the threading. That's supposed to be there. Okay. I thought it was a shift, but nope, that's supposed to be like that. That's this part here. That's this section right here. Yeah, I thought it was a shift, but nope, that's where it goes down to a thinner flute, and then it begins the threads. No shift, Sherlock. Okay, so that should get rid of that funny business. Yes, perfect. Huh, knocked 40 minutes off the print time, too. Okay. Let's save that to an SD card. Save it. Let's call it folding crate. Folding crate? Yes. Sweet! Because that thing is just cool. I love that. I wonder. I guess you can stack the lid. Yeah, that'll go in there. And that'll go in there. And will the lid stack in here? No. But it should stack here. Yeah. So there. You can put the lid on the bottom like that. And now you have your folded up crate. That is freaking cool. I love that. He should be able to make it taller too. There is room to make it just a little bit taller. Yeah, so far it's working well. Especially now that I got rid of the banding. I like IDEX printers. Especially big volume IDEX printers. The only thing I don't like is that I wish these locked together better. He needs a better method of these interlocking together. I'd like to see a little bit better lock mechanism. I'm not 100% sure how to do that, but I'd like to see it. I'm thinking extend this rib out a little bit and then have a slot in this one so the rib and the slot link better to give you a better joint there, but nope, you can't do that because then it won't fold. I'd like to see a better lock mechanism somehow. Not 100% sure how to do that. I mean, it does work. Good. Audio is fixed that last time by switching cameras. So, Cybercam off, switch to monitor, switch to Cybercam, switch to spot. Okay, how's the audio now? Am I still old school kung fu dubbed movie? Hey, it's working. It's printing it in vase mode. That is awesome. All right. How about now? Good. Oh, I am so happy these print in vase mode. I'm trying to remember the words to one of those NSYNC songs, that boy band from the 90s or whatever. That's normal. That because the when I closed OBS, your end saw that as a transmission break, and so it was thinking not enough build volume. Yeah, they actually I think they bought this off Amazon and sent it to me. because they forgot to include a build plate with the printer, and I couldn't find my things for it. 2-color printing should be totally feasible. I really wish they would do double mixing heads so that we could do 4-color, because 4-color would dramatically increase the possibilities of what you could do. 4-color would be amazing. That would make me drool. I'm pretty sure the hardware is not capable of it, but maybe a P4, next model. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll do 2-color. It'll do 2 different materials. It might do 3-color because this is the mixing head. So this is the mixing extruder head. It's E1. So in theory, I could do E1 with an E2 and get 3 colors. I don't know if that's possible or not. Will the controller allow you to do the mixing plus a regular head, or is it mixing only? If it'll let you do a mixing head as well as a regular head, then it should do 3-color. Vase mode and simplify 3D. So monitor. So in your settings, you just set your outlines to 1, and then here's the option here. We are under the layer tab. Single outline corkscrew printing mode, vase mode. Because if we can do mix as well as regular head, then we can at least do 3-color. So for example, 3-color dramatically increases the number of logos you can do. There are many logos that are 3-color logos, like the Jurassic Park logo uses red, black, and yellow. Or does it also use white? Jurassic Park logo might be 4-color, but I think it might be 3-color. Let's find out. It is 4-color. That's a pity. Black, red, white, and yellow. That'd be a pity. Because it would be amazing to be able to do 4-color printing with just 2 nozzles. Yeah, well, a pallet's $700 and they won't send me one. Trust me, with that new palette that does 8 colors, I'd give a kidney. I would love to have one. But that is well beyond my financial means. Yeah, that can be arranged. Yeah, I bet. Oh my God, yes. You could. Oh, wow. Especially if you had an IDEX with 2 mixing heads. But no, you couldn't. How would you, because the way the palette works is by predetermining when to mix the colors. So how would you negotiate 2 palettes together? I'm not sure if you can do that. If you can, if it's possible to negotiate multiple pallets. Imagine 4 pallets into 2 mixing heads into an IDEX printer. Wow. 32 color printing. Holy crap. No, she's in her room. Yeah, but how would... Again, the pallet works by basically pre-slicing your software. Yeah, but Joel didn't do multicolor. He just rammed multiple palettes together to get a ridiculous number of colors. No, she doesn't have a channel. That is printing fantastically in vase mode. I'm really surprised that worked. Yeah, exactly. The pallet slicer itself would need to be modified, and you'd waste more filament because it would have to have larger and larger margins to handle the color changes. Okay. So it'd be very, very inefficient. 8 colors is plenty. I mean, there's really probably not too many prints where you need more than 8 colors. No, these are not volcanoes. These are regular. No, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Hi, kitty. Yeah, hi. Careful, she's a lizard like me. She likes to bite. I love this crate. This is gonna be my new weird print. I'm probably just gonna set up a printer just to crank these damn things out. She doesn't. Oh, she doesn't bite for love. No, 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 no. She takes pieces and then she eats them. Dinner, baby, dinner. Yeah. Oh, no. It's double screwed. We were in the kitchen. She was cleaning dishes, and I was helping, putting stuff away. And she said, "Bite me," and I was just like, she's like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "You said bite me." Don't tell a lizard to bite you, because he will. Oh, man. Now, one thing you could do with a 4-color is, now this would be especially interesting if these were quick change heads. So you could have multiple heads. So the 2 mixing heads, or the 3-color. So you could put the yellow head on, print the yellow base of the Jurassic Park sign, and then swap it to the other head, and then just do the 3 colors. Because after you print the yellow backdrop, it is just white, red, and black. Well, a smaller company, that kind of makes sense. Supporting multiple product lines is expensive. I have a Prusa 2. I don't have a modern one. So, plus I'd rather just have a well, there's several problems, but one, I would want to put the new Palette Pro on something like my Chiron. so I can print 8 colors on a 400 by 400 bed. That's the first thing. While the Prusa would limit me to 2 by 2. And although I guess, that probably would be okay. I mean, how often are you going to print something bigger than 2 by 2 in multiple colors? Typically your multicolor print is probably going to be relatively small. So that probably would work just fine. It's too bad there's no way to do a multicolor vase print. There's just no way to do that. Because they need to have lightweight and strong. And multicolored. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, the purge should... Oh, yeah, I guess there would be a pretty decent amount of purging. If you controlled the temperature, the purge might actually be pretty easy. Because it'll evacuate pretty quickly. Like when I do a cold pull from a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, there's not much left inside there. It gets it all out. Well, we're done the stream at 4 o'clock, so after 4. $500mm 5-color print. Oh yeah! Couple of 10-kilogram rolls of filament. Yeah! I know. The purge blocks are so huge. That's why the tool changer is so freaking awesome. An IDEX is basically a primitive tool changer. That's the idea of a tool changer. You could think of an IDEX as a really primitive tool changer. That's why I would love to do a double mixing head. That would be just awesome. He's like you. He's a little bit of a troll. He's pretty cool though, as long as he keeps it clean. What was your name before this, Welfare Guide? You had another name. Troll Lord or something like that, or Troll 009 or something like that, or was that you, Lightspeed? Weren't you originally a troll here and then you stuck around? Which one of you, your kid, named your account Troll 009 or something like that? And then you liked it and you stuck around. Was that you or was that Welfare God? It started with my Obama phone. Okay, there's somebody else then. There was somebody else here. They were Troll Lord 009 or something like that. And, yeah, I think we licked the binding. These prints look nice and clean. I don't see any binding. Or, distortion. It looks super clean. So the Z binding is gone. Yeah, troll school. Trolls go to school too. I like arguing. As long as it stays civilized, arguing is fun. Yeah, if we can find out if it's possible to use the mixing head with the single color head, so we can at least do 3 color, that'd be pretty cool. He's trolling, that's all. Don't worry about it. As long as he stays civilized. Yeah. Hey, I could have, when I was in Vine, I could have got you some foot models, but you never replied, so you missed out. I mean, there were some nice, $180 foot models. Are you having fun, baby? Huh? You tear that toy up? Yeah. Get it. Get it. Cat's playing with the toy. Oh, I calculated what a survival wage in the United States is. Did we discuss that last stream, or was that after the stream? But it's $18.60. Not a living wage. A living wage is over $20. But a survival wage, meaning if everything went your way and you had no bad luck, you could survive on $18.60 an hour. That was the minimum I came up with. That was on stream, the 1860? Okay. I've been trying to figure out a way to make it lower. How could I bring that number down? And in our current system, I can't think of a way to bring that down. It's highly unlikely that we went to high school together. Boy, this is looking beautiful. I mean, this print is looking gorgeous. Hi, baby. You having fun? Get it, baby. Get it. Let me try to give you a better angle here without so much glare coming through that window. Really? What the hell did you lock onto? Well, you're not going to survive in Seattle in 1860. Oh my God, the best. What was that? I'm trying to remember how he said it. There's a funny your mama joke. Oh, why are you so fat? Well, because your mama kept feeding me sandwiches every time I fucked her. I thought that was so hilarious. That was good. Yeah, Seattle's crazy. Seattle's very, very expensive. Seattle's like San Francisco and New York. It's very, very expensive. Maybe. We gotta remember, I'm poisonous and venomous. So when viruses get inside of me, it's just like, ah, I fucked up! And then the virus dies. Sorry about that, Michael. No, one port. Where's the mixing head? Here we go. It's a single port on top. And it's pretty easy to look inside. Let's see. Where is that wrench at? That's going to be the middle-sized one. Maybe this one. Yep. Hang on, I can open it up and show you the inside. These are actually pretty easy to open. Yeah, I need to be more conscientious of language and not use the foul language so much. It's crass and serves no purpose. Hang on. Here we go. So that is the inside of the mixing head. Let's see here. It looks like it's a standard PTFE lined hot end. It's too bad they didn't take the opportunity to compression fit that PTFE in there, because that would have made maintenance easier in the future. I don't. This is probably not going to handle heavy duty Ninja Flex though. Wait a minute. No, this is. I'm sorry. This is the high temperature hot end. I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't look like it's flexible compatible. Nope, wrong hot end. Hang on. I started looking at it. I was like, wait a minute. That's not flexible compatible. What the heck? What gives? Yeah, we're looking at the wrong hot end. Hang on. That one there is the flexible. This is the high temperature hot end. It is crass though. I gotta not use the language. Boy, it could be a pain to get this thing to line up. There it goes. Alright, that is the high temp. This is the flexible. Okay. That's the flexible hot end. Single port. That's the one you wanted to see, right? Or am I still showing you the wrong one? I'm still showing you the wrong one. You asked to see the mixing one. What is wrong with me today? It should be a fully constrained path. Oh, yeah. There we go. I love that camera. It's a good camera. You know, there's only 3 of them sitting, or 4 of them sitting here on the table. I'll eventually disassemble the correct one for you. This one is a little different. Okay, it is a bigger port. You see, that's a bigger connection. It goes on E1. E1 has the big connection. That's right. Okay, wrong size. That's going to be this one. Anything stopping me from taking this apart? I don't think so. I never actually took this one apart. Correct. I wish they would have made the high temperature in E1, because then I could do flexible and high temperature. Either make the flexible E1 or the hardened E1, because then I could have done. It printed successfully. They look great. Because then I could have done flexible and high temperature together. Yeah, the James Webb is fully assembled. They're just going to wait till it gets into its final position, and then it's 2 months of tuning and adjusting the mirrors, and then we start getting pictures, baby. I'm like super excited for what we're going to get out of the thing. Whew, almost lost that screw. Okay. Here we go. Interesting. It's got a second fan up here. Wow, it's got 3 fans. That's weird. Okay. Not sure why, but there you go. That is your mixing guts. It'll be June, huh? Oh. You can see the 2 motor connections at the bottom. There we go. There's the 2 white plugs at the bottom of your motor. There's your Z-min. Then you have the 3 yellow ones are the fans. The white one is filament runout. And then down here is temperature and heat. Okay. So, I gotta be careful I don't twist these wires out of whack. Here we go. So, this is your filament runout. These 3 yellow ones are your fans. There's 3 fans for some reason. These 2 big connections down here is your 2-stepper motors. And what is that one? That's your Z-min. So this connection here, that is your sensor, which is this thing here. That's your bed sensor. And then down here is your thermistor and your heater cartridge. I'm not entirely sure why they have the 3rd fan here. Maybe to make sure the filament that's been retracted stays cool for some reason. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because you have this extra fan here. You've got the hot end fan and the parts cooling fan in here, but then you have this 3rd fan here. I don't think they're going to cool the extruder motor. They're not going to reach the extruder motor. Oh, it's a weird set of extruders. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh man, I want to take one of these apart now. Look at this. This is freaky. Hang on. Okay, I can let that dangle. Okay. This thin metal block here, that's your feeders. This thin from here to here, this thin metal block here, that's your feeder units. That is freaky. I bet you one motor runs one way and one motor runs the other way. So they're using the two different sides of the extruder motor. And that slight offset is so that they don't touch. You can see they're offset just a little bit. Oh man. I really want to take this apart, but I don't want to break it. I've never seen a feeder like that before. That fan is only held on by 2 screws. I'm gonna remove that fan. I want to see this now. I'm willing to bet you the 2 gears are in line with each other, and one filament feeds on this side and one filament feeds on this side, and they're offset just enough so that they don't touch when they're going. Well, I already own it, so. And you can't see anything, and yes, I'm right. The feeders are almost in line with each other. They're that tiny offset. I bet you $100 I'm right that one motor is running clockwise and one motor is running counterclockwise, and they're feeding the 2 filaments on both sides of the gears, and the offset is just enough so that the one gear doesn't grab the other filament. Look at that. So there's your feeder gear, and then if you look inside there, you can see the other one in there, and there's just the tiniest bit of offset. I've never seen a feeder unit like that before. That is absolutely, that's got to be custom. That is freaking cool. You know something? It is just 4 posts. I think I can get away with pulling that apart without disconnecting anything. Because now I am just stupidly curious. Okay, there are plastic washers, nylon washers. So be careful not to lose them. Now I really, really want to see the inside of this thing. Yeah, exactly. They would have to. One's going to go clockwise, one's going to go counter. Okay. We can disconnect this 1-stepper motor without a problem. And that'll help me get all this out of the way. Okay. Let me get you guys in here, because you guys are going to like this. This is cool. Oh, we got to turn you like that. And get you spot connection. There we go. There we go. Whew, that's a lot of friggin' screws. Which ones do I have to remove, though? Probably all of them. So that's going to be the 4-steppers, frame, but these might be pass-throughs, so they might not actually be holding anything. All you gotta do is reverse some wires. I think the center 2 wires will reverse the direction. Yeah, I'm thinking just the 8 motor screws is all I need to take out. I'm just trying to make sure I pay attention in case any of them are different sizes. You can't. It's one big plate. I want to remove the plate. I want to see the filament paths. I love taking things apart. Now here's where I got to be careful. Exactly, just flip a pair of wires in your reverse direction. I think you can also do it in firmware too. Okay, all the screws are the same. Yep, it comes right apart. This should lift right off. Oh, look at that! It's so simple. It's genius. That's just a simple plate. And this is flexible compatible. I mean, where the hell is it gonna go? The only thing that bugs me is nope, no gap down there either. So this should be flexible compatible too. You might have some drag, but it'll work. Look at that. So it's exactly what I thought it was. You have two gears. This gear grabs this path. And this gear grabs this path. And they're offset just a little bit. So you can see this gear can't touch that one. This gear can't touch that one. That is genius. It is so simple. What's the matter? Psst. Are you alright, baby? Are you okay? Huh? That was a bit of an anguished yell. Ah, God damn it. Of course I dropped the goddamn phone. Stay. If you don't come over here, I'm going to smash you. How about that? I know, but it has no place to go. It's not the perfect flexible, but there's no place for it to go. It's going to bunch up, it's going to bind, but it can't escape. So in theory it should work. That is cool. Yeah, the motors just sit on top just like that. Okay. Okay, that one's in. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta put the plate on. You don't, it's fixed. You can see here it's fixed. Yeah, I know, I figured that out. Nope, wrong screw, I think. That's freaking cool. That is really, really freaking cool. I don't know. Only if they send me one. And right now, I don't seem to be in the good graces of Creality. Yeah, I know. I saw that. You saw that little string in there? This is pre-production hardware, so I have no doubt this has been tested. And that would only make sense. It'd be silly of them to send out pre-production hardware without trying it first. I don't know, but I suspect they'll be fine. with the way they did that. Well, they used to value my feedback. I guess they don't need me anymore. It was inevitable that eventually they'd have enough feedback where they wouldn't need my help anymore. I'm not one of the bigger YouTube channels, so none, zero. Okay. I think I don't like that they're using Kickstarter, but it's perfectly logical for them to use Kickstarter. Kickstarter has become a marketing platform, and they get a lot of sales from it. It would be stupid of them not to use Kickstarter. I one guy say, well, you have less protection on Kickstarter. They could screw you. I was like, as if you're going to do anything if a Chinese company screws you from their Chinese website. What are you going to do? Fly over to China, hire a lawyer, and use your Chinese clout to make the company do something? No, of course not. You have no more protection ordering from Creality.com than you do ordering from Kickstarter.com. In fact, you could argue you have more protection on Kickstarter because they value access to Kickstarter, which means they're less likely to screw you over on Kickstarter. Oh, you're going to get cash back from a Chinese website? Really? How are you going to do that? You're going to make them refund your money? Good luck with that. Uh-oh. Which way does this fan go? I think it went down. Yeah, I think it went this way. Oh, maybe not. Nope, it would have to be this way. Yeah, because these were inside. That's right. It's not even so much that. At least as far as Creality goes, the machines that they have selling on Kickstarter, they're already made. They're already in production. They're not using it to get the money to put the printer in production. The printer's already in production. How do you think they're able to ship them so fast? Well, they're able to ship them so fast because they're already making them. They're not using it to fund the printer. They're using it as a marketing platform. Because, you know, Kickstarter.com gets a lot more eyeballs on it than Creality.com. Or whatever their site is. So that's what it's about. It's about marketing. And I don't blame them. You sell where you're going to get the most sales. Is that what Kickstarter was supposed to be for? No. Is that what Kickstarter is now? Yes. So, like it or not, that's what Kickstarter has become. It's not wrong. It's right. If it gets you more sales, you're doing it right. And that's partially Kickstarter's fault for presenting themselves that way. You know, that's just the society evolves. That's what it is. Come on. Well, sadly, that is inevitable. Once you've optimized it, you try to cut costs to increase profit. And the trick is for people to stay on about that and stop them from doing that. You know, don't cut them any slack if they lower the quality. True. They should fix that. They should get those things shipped out. That's a logistics issue, and that's a mistake on their part that they should take care of. Exactly. Getting that nice discount is nice. Like I said, I bought a CR6 SE on Kickstarter. It was so cheap, it was crazy not to. It's just such a good machine. Although the Viper's better. A Viper whoops its butt. Especially you guys who get hammered with taxes. Woo! That 40% discount could cause a huge reduction in your taxes. You say, how big of a difference can it make? Well, if you got a $500 printer with a 20% tax, you know, what's that equal? You know, that's $100 in taxes. Well, if you're only paying $300 for the printer, now you're only paying $60 in taxes. The Viper has a better build plate. It has a volcano hot end. There's a couple other things. I'd have to go over my video again, but there's a couple of different things that they improved upon in the Viper, where they actually improved it above and beyond what Creality did. Yeah, for real. There we go. All back together. I didn't kill it! Well, I hope. Come here. Hey, that just popped right off. Boy, that came out beautifully. Oh, don't do that. Come on, behave, or I will bite you. I need a weight to put on there. I guess I can just stick one of these on there. Yeah, there is no banding at all on that bad boy. You'd see it in that silver one. So Z banding eliminated. Absolutely gorgeous. And here's the bottoms. Obviously, because I was doing vase mode, there's watch the original video last week and or the week before, and you'll see that. Now, of course, this is a little sloppy because I'm doing vase mode one layer at a time. So I'm actually surprised that came out as nice as it did. Once you got to about here, you're pure vase mode. But yeah, that's beautiful. I got no complaints about that. You're going to like the CR30. The CR30 is cool. I plan to break out my CR30 again in the springtime. I'm going to attempt to print rain gutters for my house. You might think, isn't that an expensive way to print rain gutters? No. I have over 700 kilograms of filament. It'll cost me nothing. So, I'm one of the few people who can 3D print rain gutters for cheaper than metal ones, because I've already got more filament than I could ever use in my lifetime. I had some guys help me out. We actually got all the printers removed from the top 2 crates in the bus. If you guys remember, come on. If you remember, I really can't do 2 things at once. Of course, it's over there. Yeah, put you over here. I had those big, giant pallet crates in my bus. So I have I have 4 of these things in my bus. 2 of these are completely filled with filament, and the 2 on top of them were filled with 3D printers, all the ones that I could disassemble. So we finally got all the printers removed from the top 2 crates, and the top 2 crates folded and removed from the bus. So now I have access to the filament in the crates. It's still 2 giant crates filled with filament, but I have access to them. Eventually I'm going to set up some dedicated shelving in the containers, and we will transfer all the filament to shelving so I can actually truly access the filament. And when we do that, I'll separate it by color, because I have like 700 rolls of filament. Maybe 600. I don't know. I have a lot of filament. When I was running my dad's shop, I bought everything we needed for the shop from Amazon. I was spending anywhere between $3,000 and $8,000 a month on my credit card to buy stuff for the store. We bought product, toilet paper, paper towels, alcohol, wipes, whatever, light bulbs, emergency exits, fixtures, outlets, whatever we needed, I bought it through Amazon. And I had a $3,500 limit on the card, and I was maxing it out twice a month, because I didn't have to pay for it. The store was paying for it. You know, we would, okay, I need $200 to buy electrical wire and outlets. Give me $200. I spend it on the credit card and then pay off the credit card. Well, I got 5% cash back for that. Well, what's 5% of $7,000? That's $350. So I was spending between $250 and $500 a month on filament. And this was back when you could get filament for anywhere between $3 and $10 a kilogram. That was back before the tariffs on the filament kicked in. And if you guys remember my filament alerts I used to post, whenever I'd find a big stock of filament for under $10, yeah, I made good money from those videos. And I'd make $100, $130 each time I posted one of those videos, just in commissions. And because I'd get anywhere between 20 and 80 cents a roll when you guys bought filament. And industrial pallet box, that's what it's called. Okay. I kept calling them crate, but they're called pallet box. So, well, I did that for several years. So I ended up collecting way more filament than I ever realized I was collecting. I honestly did not realize I had so much filament until we packed the bus. I filled up one of those pallet crates. And I said, okay, what about printing? He said, well, you still got filament. I was like, what do you mean I still have filament? There's like 300 rolls here. He's like, you still have a lot more filament. And I came in the house and looked, and holy shit. I just kept stacking it up in corners and in closets. You know, I wouldn't even open them. I'd get, 30 rolls of filament and just stick it in the closet. I didn't realize how much I had. So I hope it has a very long shelf life, because I have a lot of it. Now, what sucks is I don't make enough money to buy filament. I can't buy filament. I don't have the money, period. And So while I have a lot of filament, I can't get any of the new colors. So any cool new colors that come out, I can't get them. Because unless someone's willing to send them to me, that's it. I can't get them. But I actually bought 2 roller beds. So let me show you. I got lucky. I scored them really cheap. Let's see, images. So I have, let's see, not that. This, right there. I have 2 10-foot sections of this. I have 2 of these that are 10 feet long. They're basically that. It's just a frame with rollers on top. I want to. And then assemble like a building out of styrofoam using these screws. I want to do that really bad. Just because. I don't know why I want to do it. I just want to do it really badly. So I have 2 of these things. Actually, that's closer to what I have. Right there. I have 2 of these things. There it is. No, closer rollers. That's closer. It looks like this, but the rollers look like that. So put those together. Actually, I could spread them out a little bit. I could put like 5 feet in between them, no problem. And I can print something, you know, almost 30 feet long and have it supported. So once I have the container set up, I plan to have that set up in the container. So the CR30, I have an adjustable desk. I have one of those electric sit-stand desks that I got from Vine. So I can adjust the height of the desk to whatever height I want. So I can adjust the height of the printer on the desk to match the roller beds. So I can print, theoretically, I could print a 30-foot piece of gutter. I can print a single piece of gutter 30 feet long if I want. So if I can figure out how to do it, I got to figure out how to do it. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm trying to figure out how to do it in vase mode. I want to put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on the CR30, and I want to figure out how to design a gutter that can print in vase mode. Because if I can print the gutter in vase mode, it'll be strong, it'll be watertight, and it'll actually be fast. But yeah, oh, there it is. Except mine's green. But that's basically what it looks like. It's that's basically it right there. There you go. Mine's like a dark green. But I have 2 of these things sitting out back. And yeah. But yeah, these are beautiful. That is absolute. I have no complaints about that. In fact, I want to print another one of these and see how clean it comes out. Actually, well, I'm going to print 2 of them because I can. That might not let me print 2. Yeah, that's not going to let me print 2 because I'm probably too close to the center. Okay, so we got to reslice it. Let's see here. Bring up the slice. Get rid of all you. We will leave you updated. We will change back to MakerPi P3. 0.94 is fine. Let's go to 0.95. We know 0.94 is a little too light. 333. Actually, we're going to do 4 perimeters because that eliminates the need for infill. And we're going to do it at 0.24 because why not? It's faster. Bed at 65, 220. That all looks good to me. Make sure we're not doing a start-stop split. And then grab the part, which is going to be in here somewhere. It's going to be this one, Flash Halter. There it is. And I did remember I got to rotate it 90 degrees to get the correct orientation. So what I can do now is rotate it 90 degrees, get it face forward, And here's what we can do. We are going to put it up here, like this, right in the center. I should be able to do 3 of them. I'm going to show you how I do the duplication plus sequential. Would you pick just one, damn it? You. I could probably do 4. But I don't want to push it because the heads on this thing are pretty big. That should be enough space. Okay. So now we do 3 of them. And to make it easier, we're going to name this one 1, this one 2, this one 3, and then we're going to name this one 1. Select model, print just 1 please, thank you. This one called 2. And we are always on the wrong extruder. Select model 2. And then this one. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. So I'm printing 3 of these. Might as well. Although there might not be enough filament in there to print 3 of them. 0.95. Select model. We want to just print 3. That one. That one. We do need to make sure we have this set to 0.95. Make sure this is set to 0.95. Okay. Now I should be able to... Did I forget anything? I don't think so. Prepare to print. All 3. Did you knock it off? God damn it. Select all. Sequential printing 500. So, oh, now see, I have this problem here. Look at this model. See the way this model's fucked up? I know how to fix it. There's something wrong with the model. I have to hit heal. I don't know why, but if I set this to heal, it fixes it. There we go. Prepare to print all 3 sequential. And you can see now it's perfectly fine. And that gets rid of all that the infill lines inside there. That looks good to me. It's still the best slicer there is. When somebody comes out with a better slicer, I'll use something different. So now, through the magic of IDEX, we're going to print 1, 2, then 3, but it's also going to print 1, 2, 3 over here. So we're going to get 6 of them in one shot. 2 hours, 10 minutes. Let's add 50% to that, so it's going to take about 3.5 hours to print all 6 of these. So 3.5 hours, I get 6 of them. I can live with that. I tried setting acceleration to 1000 and print speed to 100 millimeters per second and jerk to 9. It doesn't matter. There's a hardware limit in the firmware slowing the printer down, so I have to wait until they update the firmware to fix that slowdown. So that should be fine. Save it. Bottle holders dupe. So I'm saying I add dupe to the end. Prusa Slicer can't touch Simplify 3D. Simplify 3D kicks Prusa Slicer's ass. Does Prusa Slicer do things that Simplify 3D can't? Yes, absolutely. It is definitely a more modern slicer. But there are still process tasks that I can do in Simplify 3D that are a simple pain in the fucking ass in Prusa Slicer. Like, just you try and print something in midair in Prusa Slicer. The fucker won't let you do it. I use that every other day. And you cannot do it in Prusa Slicer. It won't let you do it. Prusa Slicer has a hard Z. You cannot bypass it. Did I save that in the right place? desktop bottle cap holders. I need to save that to the SD card. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Exactly. Okay, so let's say I want to print. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. So let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's center this. Let's say I want to make this really easy to do multicolor printing. This is oversimplified, okay? But so I would do a tools, variable settings. I'd bring this down to here. There we go. Add location. Actually, I think it is 2 millimeters on the dot. Yes, it is. Because I want to print something on top of something else. So, for example, I can tell it to print an entire plate. I can tell it to print 30 of these. And it's going to print just that. Imagine 30 of them on the plate. All right, so it's going to print that. And then I could have that printer turn off. And I could come back a week later, turn the printer on, and I can tell it to print that in midair. Oh, wait a minute. It's not right. Hang on. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Start. Oh, I printed both. Print. Sequential. This should be fine. I'm only printing the one. There it is. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn off the skirt. So here, I'm printing this in midair, but it's not printing in midair. It's printing on top of the other part that's already on the bed. So think of it like you doing an M500 color change or whatever that command is, M600, and you're doing a color change. So the printer prints all that first stuff, then pauses, you change the color, and then you come back and you'll change the color and continue printing. But you got to leave the printer sit there paused with the heat on. I could just tell it to do a 30-hour print, come back 2 days later, initiate printing G-code number 2, and it'll print right on top of the existing parts. You can't do that in Prusa Slicer. Yeah, somebody told me there is a workaround. I haven't figured it out yet, but I guess that's it. But apparently there is a workaround to trick it into letting you do that. But you saw how easy it was for me to do it. Now I just print out G-code 1 and G-code 2. On the printer, I go, blip, G-code 1. I come back when it's done. I come back 10 hours after it's done. I come back 3 weeks after it's done. And I go, print G-code 2. Well, apparently it is a workaround because you can't just print with a Z offset. You know, in here, I can do this. Let's see. Where's my offsets? Here's my offsets. So I can do a Z offset. I can do that, knowing that it's going to print on top of something else. Oh, all kinds of things. It's not just that light speed. It's, I mean, half of it is I've learned how to make this software do what I want it to do. So half of it is just, what do you call it? Experience. I'm just well experienced with this slicer, and I have learned to make this slicer do the things that I want to do. What is the benefit to learning to make Prusa Slicer do the things I want to do when this does it perfectly fine? It's not going to print better print quality. It's not going to make the printer run faster. The UX and UI of Prusa Slicer sucks dog shit. The slicer itself works fine. I mean, I got no problem with Prusa Slicer, but the UI still sucks dog shit. That's one of the reasons I like, what's the, Idea Maker. That's one of the reasons I like Idea Maker. The UI is still not very, very intuitive. The UI of Idea Maker is not as intuitive as Simplifies 3D, but it's better than Prusa Slicer. And that's because Prusa Slicer is limited to Slick 3R. That's what Prusa Slicer is. They're just modifying Slick 3R. They're advancing Slick 3R. Now, eventually, we're probably going to get to a point where Prusa Slicer, Cura, and Idea Maker can do things that I want to do that I can't do in Simplify 3D. And at that point, I'm going to have to learn how to use a new slicer. I have yet to find a single thing that I can adjust in Prusa Slicer that results in a better quality print. You've seen my prints. When I put my mind into a print, it's basically perfect. I mean, I know, but they're still limited to the base UI of Slick 3R. And half of it comes down to it's what I'm used to. Well, see, I use that daily, though. I do it all the time. So, again, this comes down to the way that I use my printers and the way that I use the slicer. Does that mean it's a superior slicer? No. That just means it's easier for me. You know? I mean, clearly, both Prusa, Cura, and Idea Maker have surpassed Simplify 3D, although none of them can print better quality than Simplify 3D. None of them have shown me better quality. I so often I see people's prints in off of Prusa Slicer, and I'm like, ew. I mean, it's not a bad print, but it's just not a good print either. But that is less to do with the slicer and more to do with the modeler, the person who's doing the printing. I love Idea Maker. Idea Maker is pretty good. If I were to put in the effort to learn another slicer, it'd probably be Idea Maker. Well, there's a perfect example. The CR30. I had to learn a new slicer because you can't do it in Simplify 3D. There's no workaround for that. Well, there might be, but there's no easy way to do that in Simplify 3D. So I had to start learning how to use Idea Maker. But for my normal printing, I'm in, I'm out, I'm done, the printer's going. I don't have to figure out anything. I don't have to tweak anything. I don't have to go, what weird setting am I forgetting to adjust, because Simplify just does it for me. But I have to actually do it in Prusa Slicer, because Prusa Slicer is not smart enough to just do it for me. And I don't want to learn that. Why learn that just to get the same thing? Why go through all the effort of spending 100 hours, 200 hours, 300 hours learning a new slicer just to get exactly the same thing I already get with this with no effort? There's just no point to me. I just don't see a point. When the other slicers have something that commands my attention, then fine. I still use Simplify 3D. It's as simple as, where is it at? G-code. So you just have to figure out what the you change this to delta, and then you got to figure out what your X and Y are. Your X and Y are not what your X and Y are. They're it's a, was it 77.7% or something like that? There's a equation you run through, and it tells you what to make the X and Y. But workflow. That's it. Workflow. My workflow works very well with Simplify 3D. It's easy, it's fast, it's intuitive. I know where everything is. I don't see how it'd be any different. I mean, how is it going to be any different? The algorithms that give me better quality prints on the Simplify 3D are going to be the same algorithms that give me better quality prints on a more advanced printer. Now, if you start exceeding, how would you even exceed the limits? I mean, I don't get that. Unless you're printing so fast that you have to start adjusting the physics of the printer, which obviously a Simplify 3D is not going to let you do because it's Simplify 3D. That makes sense. So if you're running one of those, what's that? If you're running like a Creatos printer and you're printing at 300 millimeters per second, okay, you might bump into some limitations in Simplify 3D that you could tweak in Prusa Slicer that you can't tweak in Simplify 3D. Although my guess is you could, well, like for example, linear advance. I guess there's no way to do linear advance in Simplify 3D. So if you wanted to do some modified acceleration curves that you need to do 300 millimeters per second with any kind of quality, then yeah, you're going to have to use a different slicer. I have 100 printers. I don't have to go 300 millimeters per second. I just turn on 6 printers and tell them to go. But yeah, if you're getting that bleeding edge, if you're getting into stuff like that, then sure. But how many of us have 300 millimeter per second printers? Talk about a. So far, you've only shown me one thing that you need in a million years. Talk about showing me one thing you need in a million years. Raise the number of hands of people who have a printer that is physically capable, that has the kinematics that are physically capable of doing 300 millimeters per second with an acceptable print quality, versus the number of people who want an easy way to do multi-layer, multicolor prints. Yeah, I didn't think so. I can do jerk controls. I can do acceleration controls. I can adjust walls on the first layer. I can do all of that. Last layer, mid layers, in between layers. I can do all of that in Simplified 3D. The only thing in your list I can't do is linear advance. I don't think it can. All printers can benefit if you go faster. But if your print speed... Okay, so linear advance is going to be based on your print speed and your jerk and acceleration settings. So if my print speed already coincides with the optimal numbers for the jerk and acceleration that are being used at the speed that I'm using the printer, then there's no benefit. Unless I try to go faster, because now I'm moving outside of the region that the slicer, and in more cases the firmware, is limited to. I mean, how many people build their own printers? Very, very few. Again, fewer people build their own printers than people who would like an easy way to do a multicolor print. So what you're describing to me is more niche. It's more in a million years than what I'm describing. Okay? So I don't use Octoprint. And direct to rep wrap firmware. You have that in here, actually. Where is that? I've never used it, but it is in here. Here you go. Machine control panel. There you go. If you want to do that, there it is. Yep, that's already built into there. And I've never used it once in my entire life. Actually, I think I might have used that once with my first printer, either the MakerBot or the Wanhao. I may have used it once. Otherwise, I've never used it. Octoprint? I hate Octoprint. Octoprint's a pain in the fucking ass. Although, again, that comes down to how I use my printers. If I want to effectively use Octoprint, then I need, 20 of them. Well, I've never had a need to use it. What would I use it for? I have no idea what I would use that for. I slice, I put the card in the printer, I hit print. It just works. Now, if you're getting into building your own stuff and tweaking and hacking your own hardware, then yes, this might be a limitation for you, and you might use other tools. But you might use Pronterface or something like that. But for most of us, it's like having a bandsaw or having what the hell do you call the fixed drill stand thing that you use? I forgot the name of it. Whatever. A table saw or a bandsaw or a not a jigsaw, the drill, the drill, it's a drill mounted on a frame, and you have the wheel, and you crank it, and the drill comes down. Am I just overthinking that? Yeah, drill press. There you go, drill press. Yeah, you're pressing the drill. So, to me, a 3D printer is like a miter saw or a drill press or a lathe or something like that. It's a tool. And I bring what I want to do to the right tool, and I tell the tool to go. I don't want to sit there, manually programming in Pronterface to make my printer do what it wants. I don't want that. I don't got time for that. I'm building bottles and rockets, not hacking and building printers. The guy who designed the rat rig, he's going to do that. The guy who designed the Voron, he's going to do that. I tried Octoprint. It's cool. The idea of it's cool, but it's slow as fucking balls. The UI makes me want to puke. I look at the UI for Octoprint and just want to go. It's like I got this fucking UHD quality screen, and the interface is made for a 320 by 240 display. I hate the interface to Octoprint. I get it. It's got to be a primitive interface because it can be loaded on any device, and there's probably ways to change the interface. Who knows? But it's a pain in the ass when all I've got to do is walk up to the printer and go, print. And then when you're trying to mass produce a part, and now you have 2 points of failure. If the printer fails, the print fails. If Octoprint fails, the print fails. Well, I tried Octoprint before Pi 4s existed, and again I was using the web interface and the phone interface for Octoprint, and then even trying to use Octoprint in SD card mode, it takes a fucking eternity to upload anything to the printer. It's like, what the fuck? It's just, I guess it's just the way that I use my print. I guess when you have one printer and it's in the other room and you want to be able to remotely send something to it, okay, I guess that's cool. It makes sense. But, I'm the kind of person who's going to boot up 5. Well, remember, the last time I used Octoprint was like 4 years ago. So I imagine there's been a lot of changes since then. Print smaller files. Well, again, my experience was 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, back in the One HAL Duplicator i3 V2 days. So I imagine there's been a lot of updates to it since then. I mean, we've had 5 hardware iterations of the Pi hardware since then. If I want to monitor a print, I walk into my bathroom and I look at the 6 running printers. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Okay, see you tomorrow. I don't have any Pi 4s, so maybe it's time for me to try one again. So, I can't do one right now. I don't have the money to buy the hardware right now, because you're talking about, $50 per printer. When you have, 20, well, I don't have 20 printers running anymore. I don't have power to run 20 printers. Back in Pennsylvania, I had a 250 amp service, so I would sometimes have 20 printers running simultaneously. And, the moment I realized I need $1,000 in hardware to put Octoprint on these things, fuck that. It's $50 per printer. It's $500 every 10 printers. No, even if I ran 2 printers on each Pi, that's still $500 in hardware. Oh. But I should try it again. I should try to play with it again at some point. Maybe this summer we'll play with it again. Oh, no question. It's a decent tool. It just, again, workflow. The Pi just doesn't work for my workflow. When I go to print something, I'm either printing with the printer sitting in front of me. Why do I need a Pi for that? Tap. I just don't. Or I'm loading up 6 of these SD cards and going and turning on 6 printers and telling them all to do something. Again, SneakerNet's just faster and easier than Ethernet. Now, what I thought would have been cool, and it would have been interesting if I could do it, it would be nice. It was just too kludgy and too expensive, and you had domain access control issues. I want to be those SD cards that had the Wi-Fi built in. It would have been nice to be able to go, okay, printer 1 as a folder in my network shared folders and just drop files on it. And then go to printer 2 and drop files on it. And then I could walk up to the printer and just go, boop, 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 print. But a lot of the times what would happen is that you'd have to unmount the SD card in order for the Wi-Fi network to have access to the SD card to write to it. And then you'd have to remount the SD card in order for the printer to have access to it. It was weird the way that worked sometimes. Sometimes it wasn't. And of course, they were $50 a piece. So you're spending a lot of money to do what I could do for free. So I mean, I guess if you have a workshop with 3 or 4 printers and you have a workstation in another room and that's all you have, and you do custom prints with monitoring cameras, yeah, I can see Octoprint making a lot of sense. I can see there being a lot of logic to that. What I would rather have is the printers have Wi-Fi built into them and have a network share folder that I can, no custom software, no kludgy interface, none of that bullshit. Just have a a network share folder that would be on my computer, and I could just dump a file to it, and then had a simple app on my phone where I could just go printer 1, begin printing, and pick the file that's already on the SD card that I want to print. That would be pretty cool. I would like that. Because then think of it like Wise cameras, where they would all share one app. I don't want to see it. I don't want to monitor it. I just want to be able to go, printer 1, pick this file, print. Printer 2, pick this file, print. Printer 3, pick this file, print. That would be pretty cool. Yes, I know, you can see the print, but I could already do that with Wise cameras. I could do that with an $11 Wise camera. Yeah, in fact, in something like the bathroom, I can even set up a single Wise camera with a pan tilt. And just go, yeah, that one looks good, that one looks good, that one looks good. I could do that pretty easily without having to spend $50 on each computer. Oh, now $70 on each computer because you got to buy a webcam for each one. And, again, it's the kind of thing, if you're into that kind of thing, I totally understand. I can absolutely, totally understand someone geeking out over setting up an Octoprint and getting the UI working and that interface working and being able to upload a print to it and start it. For example, I love the idea of single part cancellation, where you're printing 10 different parts and you realize that part has failed, and the ability to go, yep, stop printing that part. That's awesome. Things like that are pretty freaking cool. Exactly. And if you already have all the hardware, it makes even more sense. But I'm talking about a factory line, of 10, 12, 15 printers, and it's just a pain in the ass. Eventually they'll get there. Eventually but see, now the Duet, now you're spending $100 on each printer. Talk about overkill. Whew! Why don't I upgrade the boards in my printers? Because I don't need to. I'm telling the printer to print me 30 of these. I don't need a $160 Duet to do that. Now, if I were setting up a E3D tool changer, okay, we're going to throw everything plus the kitchen sink in that. But I also can't afford that. Which is a pity, because I would love to have a tool changer. Oh, a tool changer would be so cool. Did you see the guy who had the what did he have? what, 12 or 16 tool heads. Did you see the guy who had that? Yeah, well, no, hey, I am totally in the camp of upgrade. I mean, go back and watch my videos on the i3 Wanhao V2. It was great. I mean, but my Hackett upgraded had an objective, though. I was objectively improving the printer. Like, I was, like, the Wanhao Duplicator i3, that printer was such a sensitive mess that if you breathed on it wrong, you had to re-level the bed. But by the time I was done modifying it, I could pick that printer up, put it on a different table, and not have to re-level that bed. You know, that was awesome. Ooh, a USB-C connection on a board? That's pretty cool. I like USB-C. I know, right? The Creality boards are cheap and they work. Now, when you're trying to do cool stuff, okay, you need an advanced board. But when you just want the printer to print the goddamn part, the little 8-bit board works fine. And it's less likely to crash and fail. Interesting. USB-C, huh? Still the micro SD card, though. I really want a JTAG header to a USB port, a regular USB port. And then you just use one of the little, one of the little short USB sticks so it doesn't stick out very far. These are just so much more durable. And I want that JTAG header board with the wire so that if I do break the USB port, I buy a new $3 header board and plug it in. I would love to see them do that. Just, give me the 5-pin header on the board that I can plug the USB port into. That would be nice. Let's see. So here's that cheetah board, but again, $41, a little expensive. But I do like the idea of USB-C. But see, what I want is I want one of these little connectors right here. And then I want a little wire and a little screw-in USB jack. And this way, if I ever damage that USB jack, I just, take that little $3 piece of wire with the USB jack and replace it, instead of destroying the board because you twisted the USB port. It'd be nice to see I want to see serviceability. Now, I guess these are built-in drivers. Are these the drivers here? That's my guess. These are the drivers. There's your bed. There's your hot end. 15 amp views. Power in. These, I guess, go to your screens. But I'm guessing that's where the heat sinks would go. I'm guessing these are the drivers. Oh, that is weird with all the silk screening on the bottom. I see what you mean. Oh, that's really weird. The one's called Beep. Beep. What? I don't know what that means, but it's funny. They got 3 fans, limit switches, fans. That makes sense. Hot end, partial cooling, and interior. Well, we are coming on down. Because we are at temperature. It's about to begin printing. Put this over here. Put this over here again. Ah, they're overlapped. Yuck. Oh, that fell off. Tron XY, huh? Tron XY makes some interesting printers, but they're usually low quality. I wish they would improve their parts quality, their quality control. That is not working well. It does not do a proper... Let's just restart that. Yes. It wasn't primed properly. Poor priming. Cool. Come on. How far are you going to lift it up? It is so slow. That's the problem with Tron XY. Built cheap. Good ideas, cheap quality. Print. Bottle holder. Duplication mode. Yes. Yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah, if Tronics Y could make one, then other people can make one too, just using better quality components. Yeah, these screws came out fantastic. I am very pleased with that. You know, that'd be a pretty cool rocket too. Call it the Screwball. You know, that might be stable too. I mean, that might actually be a stable rocket. I might have to try that. I might have to try lengthening it and upscaling it and turning that into a rocket. And it feels pretty strong. Flexible, though. Woo, look at that. Definitely flexible. Alrighty, let's pre-prep, because I know that's what it needs. Get in there. Get in there. There we go. So I need a couple extra skirt lines to get it primed. Because now we're looking good. You guys see that? Yeah, you can see that. Let's give you a little light and get you a little closer. That first layer is not perfect, but it'll work. Yeah, it's printing. A little too close. That's alright, it'll work. No, it's not a quiet printer. The kinematics are quiet, the fans are noisy. So, so far I'm liking this machine, so I'm probably going to put a little effort into the fans to quiet them up a little bit. So the big thing is what I'm guessing is the power supply fan. That's pretty noisy, so I'm going to want to replace that. And probably replace whatever house fan is inside there. Wait a minute, they tried to use a cantilever for a ceramic printer? I gotta look this up. Oh, this one. Oh my god, they tried to use that for a ceramic printer? Oh, that thing's garbage. That's the E230. You're talking about this? Yeah, just pay the you motherfucker, do what I want. Just pay the extra $150 and get that one. Just pay the extra $150 and get this one. Yeah, right here. This would work fine. That other mess, yeah, that's garbage. Yeah. This thing's hot garbage. I could have told you that right from the get-go. It's junk. The stepper motors are garbage. The kinematics are garbage. Yeah, just scrap that all together. Go straight to this. This will work fine. And you could upgrade all the parts in this. You can replace all the bearings. You can replace the wheels. I mean, actually, what I would do is I would try to buy just this and put it on Ender 3. Will they let you buy just the extruder? If you can get them to sell you just the extruder, I would just buy the extruder and slap it on an Ender 3. Although that hardware looks pretty good. Yeah, exactly what it is. And that fan's gonna scream again. Gotta let it heat up. Almost. There we go. That fan's hosed. Come on, MakerPi. Spend the extra $1.50 and put ball bearing fans. They'll be silent and they won't do that. Nah, she's in her room. You can even, if you watch it, you can even see the incredible amount that it slows down for jerk and acceleration. See how the acceleration and jerk take forever? That's hard coded into the firmware. They need to change that. There is just no reason to have jerk and acceleration that low. And it doesn't even help. You still get ringing. I mean, look at that. You still get ringing. Even going that slow. Hey, Fragger. Well, no, it's because there's a hard-coded limit in the firmware. They're limiting the speed, jerk, and acceleration in firmware. So when you make adjustments to jerk, acceleration, and speed in your slicer, those settings are limited by the hard limits in the firmware. So, for example, on Ender 3, if you set your retraction speed for anything greater than 25 millimeters per second, you're wasting your time. Because it's hard-coded into firmware to go 25 millimeters per second. And, well, you can do that with the rest of the settings too, and they've done that with speed, jerk, and acceleration. So I can set my acceleration for 10,000 and my jerk for 9 and my my speed to 100 millimeters per second, and it's still only going to go this fast. Because I can go slower than their firmware. I cannot go faster than their firmware. My favorite band, there's two bands that I really like right now. I think one doesn't exist anymore. Bond, the four girls who did the air instruments, the musical instruments, string instruments, and Of Monsters and Men. I like pretty much every single song Of Monsters and Men makes. Amazing. I wanted to go see them while I was still in Pennsylvania at the Firefly event in Delaware. $600 for the ticket. So yeah, I did not go to see them. I was like, $600? Because you can't buy tickets just to see them. You had to buy tickets to the whole event. So I was like, ouch. But yeah, if you haven't listened to any of their music, it's called Of Monsters and Men. Their music is out of this world. Out of this world good. And who did that that Shawty Low song or Shanty Low song that sounds like the Beach Boys? That's talk about getting piped. That messes with your head. It's the current thing on TikTok. It's a pretty freaky song. See how it slows down tremendously? Like it goes fast through the line, but then when it gets to the other end, it just slows down like it hit like a spatial distortion. And it's just being gravity dragged. It's just like, ugh, and then it accelerates again. That's hard-coded into firmware. So there's nothing you can do to accelerate that. Well, hopefully they will. Also, if you guys from MakerPi are listening, your touchscreen UI sucks. It's bad. It's not good. It's slow. It's sluggish. It's got poor response to touch. If you can update the hardware in that, do it. If you want to see an example of a properly done touch UI, go buy a printer from Longer 3D. Buy an LK4 or an LK5. And use that touch interface. Copy that. Make your touch interface as responsive as that. Because by far the best touch UI I've ever used is on Longer 3D printers. I mean, it's not as complete as I'd like it to be, but it's just, it's instant. It's like a cell phone. It's instantly responsive. There's no lag. It recognizes every time you touch. You could touch that screen, go tap 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 tap, and it'll work. This one here, you got to nail it just right. Your hit boxes are too small. It's too sensitive. I don't know if this is capacitive. I don't want to mess with it. I can just touch this. Okay, it's resistive. That's part of the problem. Well, I touched that pretty lightly. I think it's a resistive screen. I don't think it's capacitive. This should improve it a little bit if it's capacitive. Yeah, I'm touching it. Well, if this works, then we know it's resistive. Yeah, it's resistive. So it's a resistive screen. I'd like to see you go. I have issues with the knob being accurate. Use your fingernail. Well, no, it's just sluggish. Resistive touchscreens are sluggish. Capacitive is way better. So if you can, go to a capacitive touchscreen. Stop using primary colors in your UI. All right, make the characters a little more bold. Don't use a blue background, please. Use a black background. Yeah, LotMax was a pretty good touchscreen too. Yeah, same thing. The Artist D is not the most responsive either. But I mean, I get the speed of an IDEX duplication, and then you ruin it by making the printer so slow it drives you mad. Like, I can actually print these one at a time on my Ender 3 faster than this thing can in duplication mode. It's because of I'm assuming that will be fixed as they move forward in the beta process. This is pre-production hardware. This is beta hardware. There's a very good chance this is going to change dramatically before it gets shipped. Yeah, it actually does make sense with a resin printer. I can see that spillage. Well, the reason they would use a resistive touchscreen is because it's cheaper. That would be the reason. And you're right, that should change as we use resistive less and less. Like right now, a 32-bit chip is cheaper than an 8-bit chip because no one's making the 8-bit chips anymore. Look how much it slows down when it comes to the corner, see? That's all firmware limits. I could probably help that along by using curves instead of right angles. If I made everything curves, then it wouldn't slow down as much, because watch this curve right here. See that there? See how it goes through that curve pretty quick? So if I made the whole thing curves, it'd probably print faster. Oh, they're making chips, they just can't make them fast enough. Or did they actually stop production for some reason? Well, I know it's hard-coded limits because when I change them in the slicer, it doesn't affect it here. So I tell it to go faster and it doesn't go faster. So I'm hitting a firmware limitation. So again, I expect that will change once they start producing it more. But this is a high-end printer. This is an expensive printer. So I'd like to see them put that little extra effort. You know, as far as quality control and stuff like that, and, you know, component selection. You know, don't cheap out on the fans. Don't cheap out on the bearings. Work on a proper way to mount this cable. Wait a minute, you're telling me they have a way of doing true arcs instead of polygons? I thought G-code was strictly polygons. Well, technically a 3D printer is strictly polygons, since it's using a stepper motor and not a servo motor. So your polygon limit would be the size of your step size. But you probably couldn't even see that. That's probably smaller than your visual acuity. Okay. That's something to look into. Where's my pen? Arc scripting. That's something to look into. Hopefully they will ship with this PEI flex plate instead of the I know, isn't that great? Oh, I love it. Fuck you and your DRM. Sorry, Michael's children. I don't care. I hate DRM. Oh, God, I hate DRM so much. It should be illegal. It should be illegal. It should be a felony to use DRM. Because you're stealing my property. It belongs to me, not you. People need to start reasserting their property rights. God, I hate that so much. That's such a load of crap. Huh. If you find the source of that stuff, send me a link. I'm going to try to look it up too. Exactly. It should be illegal. Lockdowns should be illegal. Arc welder, okay. I gotta print a big one of these too. Yuck. Nasty. Yeah. Snot ball came up into my mouth. It's so slimy. YouTube's removing them. I'm not seeing them. So you have to email them to me or something. And that's exactly why Chi2Box did it. That's exactly why they did it. Instead of trying to earn paying customers, they were trying to compel paying customers by locking down the hardware. I did hear of arc welder before. I have heard of that before. I've heard that term. But that's exactly what Chi2Box tried to do. Instead of making compelling good like Simplify 3D used to do, you know, why would you spend $150 on the slicer? Because it kicked ass. It's worth paying for. And even Simplify 3D, I gotta crack my own goddamn software that I paid for. Just so I can use it on more than 2 computers without having to keep, you know, moving the license through their thing. Yeah, no shit. Because they played their hand. They showed their cards for what they really are. They showed that they're scumbags. What's Super Slicer? Well, it's because it's open source, Lightspeed. One of the programmers for Simplify 3D had a real hard on, like he masturbated over the idea that people were stealing his software. You know, that's where they had that big, remember that big stink about people not being able to download profiles anymore because they were using the profiles as a form of DRM. Okay. They were basically trying to use placing limitations on profiles you can download as a form of DRM control. Which is why they wouldn't tell you what the limit was. And why they would quietly, you know, undo the limit for some people. Yeah, Prusa is going to take a more modest approach to updating the slicer because they want to make sure it's consistent and reliable. While other people have no issue, just, you know, throw the kitchen sink at it and see what sticks. Well, no. Now I just get a crack for Simplify 3D. I don't have a problem with that. I do not have a problem with them charging for an upgrade. If it's a substantial upgrade. Bug fixes and stuff like that should be free. But a substantial version upgrade, I'd gladly pay another $150. Without hesitation. If it had the same type of improvements, without hesitation. The problem is, it can't have the same type of improvements. The problem is, it's unfair competition that's not immoral. It's a weird thing. I don't have a word to describe it. I was probably sleeping. I don't have a word to describe it, but it's what I would call unfair competition that's not immoral. So the problem is, the only source of revenue Simplify 3D has is Simplify 3D. So you now have two very large corporations relative to 3D printers. They're large. You have Ultimaker and Prusa putting programmer resources, paid programmer resources. You have two relatively large companies putting paid resources into updating free open source software. Simplify 3D cannot compete with that. Even if Simplify 3D released version 5 tomorrow, and version 5 was like, oh, amazing, delivered the kitchen sink and everything to go with it. A month later, Ultimaker would put all those changes into Cura, and Prusa would put all those changes into Prusa Slicer. Unless they could somehow patent what they were doing, unless they could somehow copyright what they were doing in such a way that Cura and Prusa were not allowed to duplicate those features, which we would all hate, including me, there's no way for Simplify 3D to compete. Basically, the company is no longer economically viable. No matter how good the slicer is, they're not economically viable anymore because they still have to pay their programmer salaries. They still have to pay for their cost of living, and they can't do that. We're probably never going to see another update. I doubt we'll ever see version 5. The only way Simplify 3D could survive, and I don't think the mental this is not a derogatory term. I'm trying to figure out a way of saying it in a non-derogatory manner. I don't think the mental ecosystem that Simplify 3D exists in is compatible with this. What they need is an angel investor. What they need is, for example, Creality to say, okay, we're going to pay you this much per year. You optimize this slicer and keep it going. There's no reason they can't use open source software. Every single one of them uses open source software. They might be contractually forbidden from doing it, but there's no legal reason. Oh, really? They got rid of the news section, huh? No, but the point is, what Simplify 3D needs is money. And they can't make money selling a slicer when no one's going to pay it except for people like me, because we like the slicer. Because everybody else knows, well, I'll just wait a month and Prusa will do it. Because Prusa can afford to pay people money to update the software and not profit from it. Because they make their profit selling printers. And in fact, paying a developer to update the slicer improves their printer sales. Because better slicer, better experience, better printer sales. But that would be a contract limitation, not a legal limitation. Because if you have a router anywhere in your building, you're using open source software. They all run Linux. They all run Linux or Unix. That's between you and her. But any of them running Android phones, open source. But so again, not a legal limitation, but maybe somebody chose to apply contractual limitations. And there's the problem. Creality would want Simplify 3D to make it special for Creality printers and not for other printers. They would probably try to do the same thing that CheetoBox tried to do. So you have that problem. The Simplify 3D as an independent company has a vested interest in their software working for all printers. While, look at Prusa's download site. It's optimized for Prusa printers. It's not locked down to Prusa printers. They know Prusa's not an evil person. But it's definitely optimized for Prusa printers, which I don't blame them for. But so I think Simplify 3D's dead. I'll probably use it for another 8 to 10 years, and then there will probably be compelling reasons to use the other slicers. Like I use Idea Maker because of the print mill. You can't use Simplify 3D on the CR30. It doesn't work. I would like to see someone make it so that I can move the belt back and forth. So that I can print a normal print on the belt printer, without having to print the 45 degrees. I'd like that. What is Ultimaker doing? What do you mean, being given something free, then randomly being told they have to pay for it? Are you talking about CheetoBox? Well, it's not. CheetoBox is always going to have a free version. But you know what's going to happen. They're going to put a compelling function in the paid version, so that you'll have to pay for the paid version in order to get that compelling function. And then worse, CheetoBox, you can't buy it. It's a subscription. And that makes it even worse, because you got to keep paying for it over and over and over again. Ugh, I don't like subscriptions. And then by locking the printer to CheetoBox, a third party can't write a slicer that will do the same thing. So now they're going to have an API, but are they going to restrict what you can do with that API? Are they going to put paid features in their paid version that the API doesn't have access to? I think they will. I think it's exactly what they're going to do. And yeah, none of that. Oh, talk about pissing me off. My Wallabot. Great for finding studs in walls. Okay, I love this thing. Okay? I have to connect to the internet to use this. Because when you first install the software, you can't even use it. You have to provide an email address, and then you have to wait until their server sends you a link back for you to click the link to verify your good. Yeah, because Creality wants to do that. So, I did that. An hour and a half later, I finally got the email from their server so that I could activate my hardware. What the fuck? This doesn't require an internet connection to work. I won't suggest this to anybody now. No way. I would never suggest anybody buy that. Not until there's a skip button on that screen that allows me to use my hardware without any connection to the internet. Yeah, that's fine. Like it defaulting to 2.85 millimeter filament because that's what their printers use. I got no problem with that. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Yeah. There are two things in the world in this context here. You have IPR and PPR. IPR is intellectual property rights. PPR is personal property rights. Literally, possession is 9/10 of the law. And they're trying to steal our PPR rights using DRM in the IPR. The thing is, I also own the software on this device. I also own Windows. As far as I'm concerned, I don't license Windows. I own Windows. It belongs to me. This copy that I paid for is my property. I will not give up or revoke my property rights to that copy of Windows. If I have to hack the fucking shit out of it, that's exactly what I will do, because it's my goddamn property. I don't even recognize licenses as legally binding. I don't recognize a license at all. There is no license. As far as I'm concerned, that license only applies when I enter IPR territory. So if I want to give Ronald a copy of Windows, now the license applies. On my computer, there is no license. And that needs to be codified in law. That the license only applies when dealing with IPR. When dealing with PPR, there is no license. I own it. Lock, stock, and barrel. Every aspect of it. No exceptions, no negotiation. That needs to be codified into law. I mean, look what John Deere's doing. With locking down farmers' tractors so they can't fix their own tractors. The only people who agree with that are people who are profiting from it. Period. That is so freaky how flexible this is. Oh, I broke it! No, I broke it! It's silk. Silk always does that. Sure, just make sure you bring a pot big enough to cook you in. Are bigger thieves than the fruit? What's the fruit? Monsanto? Apple. The fruit. Nice. Depending on how Ford does that, I don't disagree with that. If Ford tries to prevent a legitimate consumer from selling their trucks. Yeah, Logan. I'm on live stream. What's up? Okay, you got it. Bye. If Ford is only applying that to resellers, meaning people who bought the truck with the explicit intent of reselling it, I am okay with that, because that would be similar to anti-scalping. Yeah, Toyota tried to pull that bullshit. They backpedaled real fast on that. Exactly. That I'm okay with. I'm okay with anti-scalping policies. But they need to be very legally regulated, because first sale doctrine is very clear. It is my right to sell my property, not a privilege. A seller has a privilege. An end user has a right. So as long as the law is very clear on that, I'm okay with that. I'm just going to block you because I don't know what those letters mean. So I'm going to put you in timeout, and if you do that again, and so if that is directed at scalping, and that does not stop, an end user from, if that does not stop an end user from selling their vehicle, then I'm okay with that. As long as that is directed strictly at scalping, I'm okay with that. Huh. Yeah, anti-scalping is okay. They were trying to do that. They're backpedaling on it now. Yeah, that's total bullshit. Going pretty good. Happy victims. We fixed the Z-banding on the printer. As you can see, these prints are looking very clean. Yeah, that looks beautiful. You can see on the original here, I got some pretty aggressive Z-banding there. See it? See that Z-banding? Real nasty. And as you can see, it's gone on the print we're printing now. So Z-banding fixed. Yeah, those walls look perfect. I don't see any banding at all. Yeah, like the quarter to flush your own goddamn toilet. That kind of bullshit. That's why I'm glad I have a septic tank. Fuck you. I don't mind paying for services. The problem is when they turn a product into a service. When they turn my own property into a service. Like what Elon Musk is trying to do with the Tesla, where you pay for self-driving, but if somebody else buys your car, they don't get the self-driving. Yeah, I got a problem with that. See you later, wingman. Bye. And why the fuck is YouTube's interface so goddamn slow that it lets them get the message through before I can block them? I blocked him on the I, and he got the rest of it in before I could before it finished blocking him. Are you serious? They're trying to make heated seats a subscription. Banding is 99.9% of the time a geometry problem. Meaning a piece of your hardware is not physically aligned correctly. In my case, the left, or looking from the front, right Z-axis stepper motor was tilting the rod out like this. And it was because either the bracket is malformed or one of the brackets is malformed. So on the right, the distance to the lead screw is 2.7 centimeters, and on the left it was 2.6 centimeters. So it was 1 millimeter closer, which would mean that as your vertical rail and your lead screw need to be parallel. If they're tilted like that, what's going to happen is as your lead screw comes down, it's going to get tighter and tighter and tighter. And also, a tilted rod means that it's going to bind inside of here. You can loosen this to a point. I'll let that slide. I just don't like the idea of it being a subscription. Period. So what happens is it binds inside of here because it's running at an angle, and that binding is going to resist upward movement. So your upward movement is going to be inconsistent, and that inconsistency is that you're going to see. Come on. You're going to see those bands form on your print. That's Z banding. There are other ways you can get Z banding. If your gantry is not straight, if your x-axis is not straight, if the drive gear, your hop gear on your extruder motor is oblong, it's not perfectly circular. There's many different ways. Yeah, this is the MakerPi P3. Man, this thing puts out a lot of heat. And why do those Z-axis stepper motors get so hot? Like, I can't keep my hand on it. I can, but it hurts. No, the self-driving is well, at least they were talking about it being a subscription. So I'll make sure to mention that in my notes that the steppers are way hotter than they should be. Or we should be buying the product, and they should not be allowed to rent it. From what I understand, if you buy self-driving, that does not stay with the car. So if you buy a used Tesla, you've got to pay for self-driving. From what I understand. Maybe that's changed? Oh, I have no idea. See, I don't like that. That's like That's like trying to sell your car, but saying, but I'm going to keep the steering wheel, I'm going to keep the seats, and I'm going to keep the wheels, and I'm going to keep the engine. Good luck finding those parts to put in the car. No, the self-driving is part of the car. It should go with the car. You know, software is different. If I buy software for my phone, obviously you don't get the software when you buy my phone from me because you're not buying the software. You're buying the hardware. Self-driving is hardware. I don't like that, but I'm not automatically against it. Like, you know, including the hardware in the car. Now, the problem is, how do we know they're not double dipping? I mean, they're obviously not giving you hardware that they're not charging you for. They're charging you for the rear seat heating. They're just charging you extra. Yes, I own 2 guns. I have a .22 pistol revolver, and I have a shotgun. No, it's hardware. It's not software. It has software that goes with it. So, for example, the Android operating system is software, and that software goes with the hardware. The self-driving is hardware. The software is literally meaningless without the hardware. Therefore, it's a hardware purchase that has software to run it. Just like this is a hardware purchase that has software, the Android operating system, to run it. The problem is, did they already charge you? No, because I can put different software on the phone. You know, because this phone runs Android, but this phone might run Samsung OS. You know, what do they call that? There's a name for it. Or it might run Apple OS. Okay? The point is, the OS and the hardware are a pair. The game you install can be installed on any phone. This OS can only be installed on this phone, because you would have to change the OS to use on something like that. XM radio is a service. It's a broadcast service. So that's like cable TV or Dish Network. I don't like them, but I don't see a problem with them. So no, I didn't contradict myself. But the hardware for that software feature is built into the car. If you removed the cameras and sensors from the car, the self-driving feature won't do anything. Android is open source. Now, what I don't like, for example, is the DRM. Locking down the bootloader so you can't change the software on the phone. That should be illegal. Yeah, fuck Windows 11. That's because they want that TPM chip. That's why. Because they want to be able to turn on that TPM chip and take control of your property. And you should have a serious problem with that. Um, Normally, I am against restricting what people do with software they own. But just like you have to have a driver's license to drive a car, I am okay with the software having to have a driver's license. And in this case, that would mean you would lose that license if you modified that software without it being reapproved again. So yeah, I can see that. I'd be very careful. I'd be very that could so easily be abused. But I can see the logic of that. What? It tried to force install Windows 11? Yeah, I won't put a Windows 10 machine on the internet until I hack out the automatic updates. Wow. Jesus. See, that should be illegal. It is illegal. It is illegal. It's a felony. It's unlawful access to a computer. I did not authorize Microsoft to fuck with my computer. It's literally a crime. The problem is you can't turn off updates unless you're running Windows 10 Pro or Enterprise and you install some hacks. If you're running Windows 10 Home, you can't turn off Windows Update. It'll turn it back on. That's why when I install Windows 10, it has to be Windows 10 Pro, and it has to be no network connection until after I eviscerate it. Then I won't use Windows 11. Doesn't work. Turns it back on. And it will still eventually do the update. Eventually, it will still do the update. Yeah, once I figured out how to disable it properly, I haven't had a problem. There is no slow down. There's stop, or I'm not touching it. If I can't stop it, I ain't touching it. Non-negotiable. When are people going to stand up and say no? They won't. That's the problem. People won't. They'll just take it up the ass. Proven throughout history over and over and over again. People will tolerate an extraordinary amount of tyranny until they're starving. When they're starving, it's pretty much the only time they'll revolt. I don't want security updates. I don't need your security updates. And if there's a security update that is that critical, someone will figure out a way to patch existing systems. See you later, DeWitt. Have a safe drive. We're going to be terminating pretty soon anyway. It's 4 o'clock. I'm getting hungry. I haven't had breakfast. And don't forget, I'm still soft boycotting Kellogg's. Even though they came to the table with the union members, they basically caved and got everything they wanted. The union members basically got nothing they were asking for. So, fuck Kellogg's. Yeah, the print, silver print. You can't tell with the white one. It's just as nice, but you can't tell because it's white. What's wrong with the morals of Chick-fil-A? What did they do now? See, the problem happens when Microsoft takes something they're doing and they make it a part of something it has no business being a part of. For example, when Microsoft made the Internet Explorer Windows Explorer so that they could force you to keep Internet Explorer on the computer. You could delete the icon, but Internet Explorer is still there because it's Windows Explorer. So they integrated the browser into the actual operating system so they can't be forced to remove it. And they can force you to keep it. That should be illegal. I haven't looked. I don't tend to go to Chick-fil-A because they cost a fortune. They're very, very expensive. But they still do it. Windows Explorer is Internet Explorer. The class action was over them including Internet Explorer and making it difficult to switch to another browser. So now what they've done is they've integrated the browser directly into the operating system. Well, people like me, for example, I have the vaccine and I have the booster. I still got COVID again. But I didn't have to go to the hospital. I didn't get really sick because I was vaccinated. A more targeted vaccine will be more effective. Really? You're looking at it from the wrong perspective, Lightspeed. They should not have the option. It should not be their choice. That's like telling somebody, stop breathing oxygen, then you don't have to rent oxygen from me. Don't be stupid. Vaccine, yes. That's the way all vaccines work. No vaccine can stop you from getting the disease. It teaches you how to defend yourself against the disease. The amount of abject ignorance in our society is truly mind-blowing. It's just, what can you do? Oh, I found out why Facebook is so horrible when I'm using my browser in Firefox, why it's so bad. That's because I'm running Adblock Plus and Ghostery. And I'm also running Facebook in a sandbox. And their software is so intrusive that sometimes it brings those apps to their knees as they attempt to filter and block everything Facebook is trying to do. But you don't have other options. They are the de facto operating system. You know, if you're a network admin, you can install Linux. If you're an average Joe computer user, it's Windows or nothing. You know, unless you want to go even worse than Windows and go to Apple. So it's not true. They have a de facto monopoly. And when you have a de facto monopoly, there should be restrictions on what you can do with that monopoly power. Caliber, that's called immunity. That's what immunity is. Mac OS is even worse, and Linux is not a viable alternative. That's like telling everybody, install $20,000 worth of batteries and $16,000 worth of solar panels if you don't like the power from the electric company. You know, morons make statements like that because they lack understanding about how reality works. No, you don't have immunity. You have the exact same thing the vaccine gives you. You have an understanding about how to defeat COVID. So if you catch COVID and you develop a natural immunity to COVID, you can still catch COVID again. No, that's not true. That's what the word immunity is supposed to mean, but that's not how it actually works in real life. Basically, we're using the word incorrectly. Mac OS doesn't have viruses because no one fucking uses it. And no, it's not better than the vaccine. The antibody count in someone who has gotten natural immunity is substantially weaker and substantially short-lived. Same thing. Yeah, macOS does have tons of viruses. You just don't hear about it because it's not newsworthy. Not anymore, at least. We should be able to tell companies how to run their businesses because life is a right. A corporation is a privilege. And those privileges should come with restrictions. Now, those restrictions should be reasonable. It needs to be equitable to both the company and the end user. But when a company forms a de facto monopoly, it is no longer a business. It's now a monopoly. Exactly. Okay. People don't realize that natural immunity and vaccine immunity are essentially the same thing. Your body has learned how to defeat something. That's it. That's all it is. Natural immunity doesn't mean you're immune from COVID. It means your body now understands what COVID is and what to do about COVID. Yeah. Exactly. There has to be rules for the game. 20% my ass. Mac OS is like 5%. I've never had a virus either. Amazing that. I don't even install Windows updates on any of my computers, and I've never had a virus. In the dozens upon dozens upon dozens of computers I've owned and currently own, in the 30 years I've been using it, I've never had a virus. No, you are not. That is not true. That's not what you're talking about. You just contradicted yourself. If you're exposed, your body kills it before it can take hold. That's what the vaccine does. No, because every now and then I'll run that shit on my computers, and what do you know? There's no malware. And what do you know? There's no viruses. Because I know what I'm fucking doing. No, what he's talking about is different, but he's trying to split the hairs at a different location. A vaccine or a natural immunity cannot stop you from being infected by a disease or a virus. It's not possible. What it does do is it limits or stops the effects of being infected. So it stops the virus from getting a foothold. That's a military term for, Japan attacked us in Pearl Harbor. But what if Japan had landed in Pearl Harbor? Well, now they would have invaded. That's not the same thing, though. Now what happens if Japan took one of the islands and was able to hold the island? Now they have a foothold. So you have attacked, invaded, and foothold. The last step would be conquer. So in virus terms, the virus attacks you, the virus infects you, the virus gets a foothold, and then the virus conquers you. Conquer you would be kill you. Foothold would be the virus gets a strong buildup in your body, and you get very sick or come close to death because your body hasn't developed an immunity yet. Pre-foothold, you get invaded. This is where the vaccine and your natural immunity come into play. So when you get, you have to think of your immune system as a self-defense force. So like a standing army. You have a standing army inside you. You don't get PDCs with a vaccine or a natural immunity. Right? You don't get PDCs. You don't get little laser turrets all over your body that go, oh, there's the mumps. Pew, pew, pew. Mumps is dead. No. Your immune system can only react once you're infected. So what happens is COVID infects you. Now and only now, your body can go, oh, I know what that is. Whether by vaccine education or natural immunity education. And your body can now defeat that before it has a chance to get a foothold. This, of course, assumes your immune system is strong enough. You could have the T cells to respond to the virus, but your immune system is too weak. Yeah, see, that happens. There are some people who, even if they do survive it and develop an immunity, their immune system is too weak. It can't respond fast enough. That does happen. But the vaccine is just an education. The vaccine is literally just a manual. It's a lesson in class that tells your body, it's like my town going to your town and saying, yeah, you see that guy right there? Yeah, I don't know who he is. He's a bad guy. Oh, he's a bad guy? How do you know he's a bad guy? Well, look at this aspect. Look at that aspect. Look at this aspect. You see that little thing sticking out on the side there? You see that little red blotch on the side there? That's how we identify the bad guys. And you go, oh, okay, cool. Now I can identify bad guys. Now, oh, by the way, here's how you kill it. You attach this protein group here and you can kill it. Okay? That's what happens. Okay? When you get natural immunity or when you get a vaccine, that's what happens. We're finding out that the vaccine, see you later, Caliber Manx, see you next week. We're finding out that the vaccine gives people a stronger immune response, meaning your self-defense force can more easily and more rapidly identify the virus and more easily stop the virus. But you still have to be infected first. You know, the reason we don't typically... Oh, here's a perfect example. You do realize that there's still about 5,000 cases of mumps every year, which is not curable, by the way. If it actually gets a foothold, it can't be cured. And what was the other one? Measles. There's still like 20,000 cases of measles every year, even though we have vaccines for it. They're called breakthrough cases. That happens. You know, your natural immunity and your vaccine immunity aren't perfect. Immunity is the wrong word. What is the... Maybe we're actually looking up the wrong word. What is the definition of immunity? Oh, you're actually wrong. Immunity is the correct word. You're using the word immunity incorrectly. Immunity stands for the ability of an organism to resist a particular infection or toxin by action of specific antibodies or sensitized white blood cells. So immunity is not perfect protection. Immunity is exactly what I thought it was. It's resistance to. It's not perfect protection from. It's resistance. That means you can slow it down. You can inhibit its ability to harm you. It's not a shield. So you were simply using the word immunity incorrectly. Well, let's hope not, because it's substantially more lethal. Although Omicron has been mild. We've been very, very lucky. Cases of COVID are through the roof right now, but mortality is way down. To a point, you get very mild. Like I got a very mild fever and a headache, and that's all I got. The first time I caught COVID, put me in bed for 3 weeks. Like, I didn't crawl out of that bed except to eat and shit. Because the vaccine doesn't stop you from getting it. It stops you from dying from it. Why are we seeing it so much more? Because it's virulent. It's extraordinarily contagious. If measles, one of the most contagious things in history, by the way, measles is crazy contagious. Okay? If measles is this contagious, Omicron's this contagious. Okay? It's just crazy. They're going to the hospital, but they're not staying in the hospital. They're not going into the ICU. They're not going on ventilators. Because they're vaccinated. That's the point. The only ones dying, you know, there are cases of it, but the only... no, between 10 and 30,000 people die of the flu here in the U.S. And that, hey, our government created that healthcare system, so now they got to pay for it. But the problem is, they don't pay for it. We do. Our taxes go up. So the danger, okay, right now, the actual mortality rate of COVID is 0.303%. Because 99.7% of the population hasn't died from COVID. Okay, so 0.303% of the entire population has been killed by COVID. That's over 1 million people. 842,000 is just the confirmed COVID deaths. They estimate that's only 80% of the total. Because when I caught COVID, I was never registered. We didn't even know what the hell it was. It was January of 2020. We had just started hearing about COVID. We had no idea what we had was COVID. So the actual number of people who have died from COVID is probably over 1 million. That's 0.303% of the population. Yeah, that's a load of shit. You know they're hiding those numbers. I think 2.5 million Chinese people died in the first 3 months. How do we know that? Well, because we're a very integrated society. One of the economic reports came out of one of China Telecom's, one of their biggest cell phone companies. They lost 2.5 million customers. They quickly covered that data up. They lost 2.5 million customers. Where did those 2.5 million customers go? I know where they went. They died of COVID. That's where they went. And that's just in like the first 3 months. Well, on the one hand, the Chinese government was doing its job to try to stop the virus from spreading. And of course, people are going to do what people do. They're going to flee and try to escape those lockdowns. But the problem is they have to stop them. Otherwise, I mean, look at how many people are in China. And you have to remember, the very nature of the makeup of the U.S. population inhibits the spread of COVID. The very way that America operates is a detriment to COVID. Because, I mean, I'm 300 feet from my neighbor. Okay? And typically the only time I meet my neighbor is outdoors. Unless we go to, Walmart or Smith's and meet up in there. But Chinese culture is very, very different from U.S. culture. Chinese culture is definitely a much greater group herd mentality. So you tend to have a lot of people in a very small space. You tend to have extended families all living in the same place. And that's bad for COVID. That's right. You saw that here. You saw that in places like New York City. Well, it's called desperation and lack of control. Okay, China has a far lower standard of human rights and a far lower enforcement of that. So when your local district is told do this or else, and nobody actually looks at what you're doing, well, that's how you get welded doors shut. So that's a lack of feedback in their hierarchy, and a lack of giving a shit for human rights. That is a separate issue. That's a separate issue from what we're talking about. No one disagrees that's a problem. Again, Italy is a very group mind type culture. So there's a lot of personal family interaction in their culture. So it is it's the antithesis of their culture to stay separate from each other. And the same thing in India. Indian people are also a very group-minded culture. Yeah, the government is the problem. I agree. But the government was trying to do something that needed to be done. They needed to stop these people from moving around. Not the same as China and India. Not quite the same. You know, you could think of Europe as a middle ground between U.S. culture and Chinese culture. They're kind of like a mix in the middle. Correct. That's why even if you're vaccinated, you got to wear masks. Because the masks aren't to keep you safe. They're to keep everybody else safe. So you still got to practice that. Hugs and kisses. Too many of them. Yeah. Very bad for COVID spread. We don't do that here. So it inhibits its spread. That's why winter is a concern. Why do you think winter's flu season? The cold kills the flu. The cold makes it harder to spread the flu. So why is the winter flu season? Because what do we do when winter happens? We close up all the windows, turn on the heaters, and we all huddle up indoors together, which spreads the flu. Exactly. We all spend our time indoors instead of outdoors, which facilitates the spread of the flu. Because it makes sense. Do your part and slow the spread. If it takes a face diaper to beat a virus, who cares? Who gives a fuck? I'm an intelligent, sentient human being. It doesn't bother me to wear a face diaper if that's what it takes to murder a little tiny stupid fucking virus. Who cares? You know, every single one of those people who says, my freedom, I won't wear a mask. I want you to go around to your local grocery stores naked. All of you. And don't give me any shit. Get in that goddamn Walmart naked. Your freedom, baby. They can't tell you what to do. Go running around naked. Oh my God. It's like... no one should have to tell you to wear a mask. You should do it because your logical brain looks at the facts, looks at the logic, and goes, yes, this is an effective tool to beat this virus. So I'm going to do it because it makes sense. Oh my God, do you remember the, what was it, the, Volkswagen, I think it was Volkswagen. Was it Volkswagen? I think it was Volkswagen, where the guy says, there's one silhouette left, hold it for me, somebody's looking at you, and the guy goes up and licks the door handle. I love that commercial. I think it was for the I think it was a Volkswagen commercial. That was so funny. I love that. Oh, that was great. No, it's not. Okay, first things first. I'm actually surprised that, well, I guess I shouldn't say I'm surprised because I have no idea what your expertise is. I have no idea what your hobbies are. But one of my hobbies is physics. I very much enjoy physics. And people who think masks are like a chain link fence don't understand physics. The size of the virus doesn't matter, and the weave of the mask doesn't matter. Well, actually, the weave does matter quite a lot. That's why, for example, unwoven multi-layers of fabric are far more effective than, say, silk. Okay? Because you're thinking, here's a weave pattern, and here's a little tiny virus. And if this virus is smaller than this opening, the virus just goes through, right? But that's not how it works. Because even if your weave pattern is this big, and your virus is this big, there's still some of that virus who are going to crash into the weave. And you say, yeah, but most of it's going to go through. Yeah, but then you have the next layer. and a probability of it crashing into one of those. And then you have the next layer, and a probability of it crashing into one of those. On top of that, no, I'm sorry, actually, rags and paper are quite effective. They found out that your typical standard multi-layer surgical quality mask is actually shockingly effective. It's like 87 to 93% effective because it's physics. It's like a billiards ball. So first of all, when you're breathing out, it's not virus size. It's water droplet size, which is substantially bigger. The virus can't leave your body unless it's on a carrier. And that carrier, because the virus has no motion system. It doesn't have an engine. It doesn't have a propeller. It's got to be carried by something. And in this case, it's the moisture in your lungs. So what happens is it's like a billiards ball. The little water droplet, the water droplet is still smaller than the weave in an N95 mask. So if the water droplet is smaller than the weave in an N95 mask, how does an N95 stop 95% of what's going through it? It's because it's physics. When you go through the first layer, first of all, a substantial chunk of what was coming out gets caught by that first layer. And then yes, the rest of it makes it through that first layer. But now, in order to get through the next layer, the air coming out has to change direction. And when it changes direction, physics comes into the equation. And physics says that objects have inertia. So yes, your fart is going to make it through the mask. But the water droplet particle is not. Because when that air current makes that turn to go around that first weave and get through the second weave, the same thing that happens in your car when you make a turn happens. The viral particle in the water droplet wants to keep going in a straight line, and there is no straight line path out of the mask. If you make a straight line through a mask, you're going to hit the mask. So in order to escape the mask, you have to turn with the air and work your way through the path. It's like trying to fly the X-Wing through the canyon on the Death Star. If you don't stay in the middle of the path, you crash into the walls and get absorbed. And since the virus doesn't have any thrusters or propellers or guidance system, the probability increases through each layer. It's going to crash into the wall. That's how it's 95% effective. Now here's the thing. I always told people that you wear masks not to stop you from being affected, but to stop you from infecting other people. Because once you've breathed out the viral particles, that water can dry up and the particle gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you could have free-floating COVID floating in the air. Well, how does it stop it then? Well, actually, it surprisingly does. A Japanese laboratory tested this with actual COVID, not an analog. They tested it with actual COVID. And they sprayed COVID through different types of masks. And they found out that your bandana neck gaiter over your mouth, 13%. I guess that's better than nothing, but it only stops 13%. But your typical multi-layer unwoven, meaning random weave, surgical style mask, think KN94, the cheap masks you buy that are actually multi-layer, 47% effective at stopping you from breathing in COVID. I don't know about you, but if you told me, hey, this virus that is killing people, you say, but it's only 0.303%. That's 1 million people. I'm gonna give you 100 Skittles. One of them is gonna kill you. Are you gonna eat my Skittles? Fuck no, you're not gonna eat my Skittles, because if you get the one, you're dead. If someone told me, hey, you can lower your chances of being infected by COVID by 50% just by putting a diaper over your mouth. Where's my diaper? That's pretty good fucking odds. And then you add the fact that that mask is 90% effective at stopping you from spreading the disease. So I'm reducing the amount of COVID in the environment around me by 90% if I can get everybody to put on a face diaper. And then of the 10% of COVID that ends up in the atmosphere, I reduce that by half by reducing the number of people in the building and by having the company clean up. And then I reduce that by half again by wearing the same mask. Fuck yes, give me the mask. I mean, here's your lottery ticket. I'll give you a 50% chance of winning the lottery. All you gotta do is draw dumbass on your forehead. Where's the marker? A 50-50 shot winning the lottery just for drawing dumbass on my forehead? Hello, what color do you want it? Would pink increase my odds? I'll do it all day long. And yet you don't want to wear a face diaper because my freedom. You don't know what the fucking word freedom means. I don't get it. I don't get it. Bright red, fine. For a 50-50 shot at winning the lottery? Fuck yeah. Except here's a 50-50 shot, you don't die. Paul Cumber, I'm doing okay. I mean, this isn't rocket science. This is... no, it's because we don't do it right. And also because it's virulent. But remember, when you get infected by something, see, this is the other thing people don't understand. You have something called viral load. Me blowing COVID in your face doesn't give you COVID. You have to get a certain amount of it. If I take a single COVID virus and go plink, it's not going to infect you. Your immune system's going to kill it because your immune system has natural filters. It doesn't have to identify what it is. It's foreign. It gets killed. So this is the MakerPi P3 Pro. IDEX printer with like 6 different heads. It's pretty cool. We're doing what's called a duplication print now. I sliced one, and it's using both heads in lockstep to print 2. There's no such thing as herd immunity. Herd immunity doesn't exist. There is no herd immunity. Do you know what herd immunity means? Do you know what herd immunity means? It means everyone got it. It means everyone who is gonna die has died. That's what herd immunity means. It's the stupidest, most asinine concept in the world. Oh, let's just quickly kill everybody who's gonna die from it. Fuck them all. Exactly. Which is why we don't want to use herd immunity. You're just murdering people. He's weak. Fuck him. Bang. I mean, just to not wear a mask. Of course that's what's going to happen. But vaccine and proper medical practices allow us to reduce the number of people who have to die to get that herd immunity. The whole point of washing your hands, the whole point of social distancing, the whole point of vaccines, the whole point of wearing masks is to reduce the number of people who need to die for us to get the immunity. That's the point. Herd immunity just means you've finished the process. Everybody who's going to get it has gotten it. Everybody who's going to die has died. That's what herd immunity means. We can get there with 1 million people dead, or we can get there with 100,000 people dead. We chose to get there with 1 million people dead. Fuck those 900,000 people. Fuck them. How do you fix Social Security? Kill all the old people with COVID. There you go. Less people drawing from Social Security. Survival of the fittest. What happened to freedom? Survival of the fittest is feudalism. What happened to freedom and democracy? Out the window. I'm one of the lucky ones, so fuck you all. If there are any time travelers listening to me right now, I need 4 hours. Okay? You know when I'm going to die. So 4 hours before I die, you know, not enough time for me to do anything with it. All right? 4 hours before I die, drop a 200-year history book into my lap from 200 years into the future. You give me a decent college-level history book of the United States from a decent university 200 years in the future. I am dying to know what future generations think of this right now. I would just, if a history book materializes in front of me, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm dead in 4 hours. Now let's read this book. I mean, so much of our history is fiction. It's distorted and made up to the point where it's not even really history anymore. It's history dramas. You know, it's fantasy. Oh, we'll make it 200 years. The United States won't, but we'll make it 200 years. There's too many of us now. You know, just even an asteroid impact wouldn't kill us all. What are you going to do? I mean, it's... See, the problem is we've turned politics into religion. And you see, gotta be very careful here. In my view, there is a difference between faith and religion. I believe religion is evil. I believe religion should be banned. I think it should be a crime to start a religion. I don't believe it should be a crime to have faith. I think faith is false. I think it's fiction, but that's your right, and I could be wrong. I don't believe there's anything after life. I think when you die, you just die. That's it. You just die. And there is no afterlife. There is no heaven. There is no hell. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There's just you die. The weird thing is, I hope I'm wrong. I hope there is something after death. Because it'd be such a waste if there wasn't. If all of this amazing just ceased. That'd kind of suck. But I'm not going to bet my life on it. I've got the one life. That's it. I'm going to do the best I can with what I got. If there's no afterlife, there's no afterlife. If there is an afterlife, there's an afterlife. Great. If I meet God, first thing I'm going to do is punch him in the face and say, really? Cancer in children? No, I'm not agnostic. As far as I'm concerned, agnostic is a religion. I am none of the above. I will not accept a moniker to describe that. And since agnostic has become a religious moniker in its own right, I reject that too. The problem is, religion is evil. I fundamentally believe religion is evil. Religion, to me, is you take faith and you incorporate. You turn faith into a profession. You turn it into a business, a for-profit business. And the profit of religion is proselytizing. You spread your religion at all costs. Because if you're a true Christian, if you truly believe in Christian beliefs, you would destroy Christianity and make it disappear from the planet. Because if you don't accept God, you're going to hell. But if you don't know God exists, you can't go to hell for that. You can't send the alien living on that planet over there to hell for not knowing about God. So if you were a true Christian, you would do everything in your power to erase Christianity. Because every single person you introduced Christianity to who didn't accept it, you just condemned to hell. And that's the opposite of Christian values. But the reality is, it's power. The reason we want to bring God back to our country is because the current strongest faith is Christianity. So, of course, you already have the power, and you want to keep the power. This is 300 by 300 by 350. It's almost a 334. Of course, in IDEX mode, you get less. But if I said, you know, let's base the, the faith of the country on the Torah or the what's the Muslim book? Is that the Torah or is that something else? Or something like that. Oh, it is a mental state. It's totally a cult thing. I had a guy come into the pizza. You're gonna love this. I don't blame him because he wasn't a devout religious person. He was just trying to do what he was told was right, but he didn't understand what it was. He comes into the pizza shop and he says he wants a meat lover's pizza, but then he asks, "Is the beef is the sausage pork-based or beef-based? Because if it's beef-based sausage, he can have it. If it's pork-based sausage, he can't have it. So he's either Muslim or Jewish. Those are say don't eat pork, or is that just Muslim? I don't know. He's whatever religion say don't eat pork. So I'm like, okay, the sausage is pork-based. He's like, okay, no sausage. So I look at him, and I'm not being mean. I'm trying to help the guy here. Okay, I'm trying to be as what do you call that? As accommodating as I can. You know, I don't want to give the guy something he doesn't want, even if it is for some stupid religious belief. I was like, what about the pepperoni? And he looks at me like, I was like, well, pepperoni is made of pork. And he's like, oh no, pepperoni's okay. Okay. And then I go, what about the ham? Ham's not made of pork. Ham is pork. I go, what about the ham? He's like, no, the ham's okay. At that point, I just stop. I'm not here to teach this guy his religion. I stopped. I was like, okay, yes, sir. You got a meat lover's pizza, no sausage. Anything else? I forgot the bacon! I forgot the bacon! Which is literally pork belly! So, was this guy bad? No! He was just ignorant of what it is he was trying to stay true to. The way I explain this, faith leaders are scientists. Faith leaders are scientists. He was not white. Faith leaders, like people like Jesus Christ, if they existed, were scientists. But they didn't understand science. So the first Jewish or Muslim village leader, okay, without knowing why, he understood some basic science. He had logic, reasoning, and deduction at a higher level than his fellow man. Okay, people don't realize how dumb people were back then. Things that we take for granted were completely alien to people 1,000 years ago. But he started to make a correlation and a causation. This village leader, this faith leader, realized, and I guarantee you this is how it happened. He realized, I need to protect my family. I need to protect my people. And I'm noticing that people are dying when they eat that animal, but they're not dying when they eat that animal. I don't know why. I just know when they eat that animal, more of my people get sick and die. But it tastes good, and there's plenty of it around. How do I get them to stop eating it because I want my people to live? You can't. They don't know science. They don't understand logic. They don't understand reason. But they do understand punishment and reward. They do understand primitive concepts of good, bad, good, and evil. And that's why we have gods. Human beings are inquisitive by nature. We don't like not knowing. That's why if you look at the experiment of the guy who is in a quiet room that's sensory deprived, and he already knows that touching the buzzer is going to hurt. And after a minute, he touches the goddamn buzzer because he's going nuts, because there's no sound, there's no noise. And he's going crazy, okay? And he needs some kind of stimulation. But human beings don't like not knowing. And, well, we're idiots. We don't know. And so at the time, we created a way of knowing without knowing. We created God. Why is that way? I don't know. Well, but what do you mean you don't know? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I want to know. So instead we say, why is that way? Because God said it to be so. Now we know. We don't actually know, but we can live with that. And that's where religion came from. That's where faith comes from. So this leader realized his people were dying when he ate these animals. So he made it part of the faith. He said, God has spoken to me and said we shall not eat pork. Well, they understand that primitive concept, and they don't want the wrath of God, so they stop eating pork. So he used faith to save his people. And that's probably how faith came about. That's probably how religion came about. And that's probably why they're all the same, because they shared them around. Okay? Exactly. But at least today, we understand mysteries. And we're okay with not knowing because we're more intelligent, we're more logical, we're more reasonable. Yeah, I bet you he does. But then it became a tool of control. It became less a way of helping people and less about helping people and more about power, more about controlling people. And that's when you got religion. Religion became the structuralization of faith to be able to use it as a form of government, as a form of control, as a tool to mold the people to your will instead of just trying to help people. That's why I think religion is evil. No, banning pork was because pork has a higher propensity of things in it that can hurt you. And it's, okay, when you undercook beef, it's very obvious when it's undercooked. Beef has a very dramatic change between undercooked and overcooked. Pork has a much more subtle change from undercooked to properly cooked, meaning The change to that critical temperature that kills everything in it is much more subtle. Meaning an undercooked pork still looks and tastes good, while an undercooked, if you get an undercooked sandwich at McDonald's, you're going, bleh! Okay, so it was more difficult to properly cook pork. To know when it was properly cooked, it was more difficult. And so until we learned that was the reason, we put avoid pork into our religions, because we didn't understand why, but we recognized it was dangerous. Oh, really? Yeah, pork needs to be cooked properly or it's very dangerous. Now, that's not true today. You can eat rare pork today and it's not going to hurt you. At least be more or less likely to hurt you. Because our pork is grown in a much more controlled environment and there are much more heavy regulations. Yep, now we're getting to the second one. So this is the sequential printing. That's very easy in it. And same thing with chicken, except salmonella is still an issue. But now eating undercooked pork is not nearly as dangerous as it was 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 200 years ago. And whatever the reason is, we used faith as the tool to get people to comply with the don't eat pork idea, for whatever reason. But that's what faith was used for. How do you get people to stop stealing if the threat of being punished is not good enough? Because the reward for stealing is still very high. Well, you make it God's will. But see, faith is a tool used to help people. Religion is a tool used to control people. There's a difference. With faith, I try to educate you. With religion, I control you and make you do what I want. At least that's the way I separate them. There's obviously plenty of overlap, but that's how I separate the two. I see faith as an attempt to teach and educate and help. I see religion as a way of controlling people. Can it be used to control people for good? Yes, but usually it's bad. A very long time. And now what happens is, we're doing the same thing with politics. We are converting politics into religion. We are converting politics into the same thing that we converted faith into, religion. Us versus them. They don't believe in our God, they're the bad guys. You believe in our God, you're the good guys. And we're doing the same thing with politics. We're bringing the same irrationality that we brought to faith to make religion to politics to basically turn it into religion. And, well, a cult is a singular form of that. Yeah, it's working good. Very nice. Our first layer looks great. Oh, it started long before that. Well, they're idiots because we made them idiots. I mean, there's only one true God, and then in the Bible, God himself recognizes there are other gods. You shall believe in no other God but me, which says there are other gods. It's abusing tribalism, yes. Faith takes advantage of tribalism. Religion and politics abuses tribalism. That's why I say faith is neutral. It can be good or bad, but religion is evil. What people don't realize is that mankind is always driven toward monarchy. I mean, But, the Highlander is an action movie that describes the reality of mankind. There can be only one. You know, all systems drive toward monarchy because not because systems equal monarchy, but because the people running the systems are warping and distorting the system to get what they want. And what they want is monarchy. They want to be the only one. People say, no, we usually end up with oligarchy. Well, that's only because you end up with two monarchs that realize they're blowing a shit ton of resources fighting each other. Let's just coexist. And that's how you get an oligarchy. But both of them still want to be the one. That's why you have wars. When this oligarch realizes, he's got some famine going on there. I think I can take advantage of that. And he backs out on his deal of tolerating each other, and he tries to backstab the guy. That's exactly where wars come from. War is one of the oligarchs thinking they have the upper hand and trying to push a little bit closer to monarchy. Capitalism doesn't lead to what we have today. Capitalism is the exact same thing as socialism and communism and democracy. What is socialism? What is communism? What is democracy? What is capitalism? What are these things? These are systems that people invented in an attempt to equitably distribute power. That's what socialism is. It's an attempt to fairly distribute power. That's what communism is. It's an attempt to fairly distribute power. Not forms of control. It's anti-control. The purpose of socialism, communism, and capitalism is the opposite of control. It's to distribute control. And the reason these systems appear to always fail is for the same reason two oligarchs who are tolerating each other go to war. It's because you have participants in the system who aren't satisfied with an even distribution of power. They want more. And so they bend, distort, and abuse the system to try to consolidate power. It's hard to control evil people. It's easy to control smart people. It's hard to control educated people. Smart does not equal educated. You know, that religious leader was an idiot. He wouldn't know 10 plus 10 and square root of 8. He wouldn't know any of that. But he was smart. Right? And in his time, he was educated. He basically self-educated. He realized, I think this is causing that. Let's check over here. Yeah, this seems to be causing that too. That's education. And now what does he do with the education? He uses it to empower. Right? So that's why we've destroyed our education system in this country. I want more cheese! But that's what it is. I mean, people say this is late-stage capitalism. There's no such thing as late-stage capitalism. Capitalism died 50 years ago. Late-stage capitalism, you know, bad-mouthing capitalism is propaganda from the bad guys. The rich people want you to hate capitalism because the rich people don't want capitalism. They want feudalism. So how do you keep feudalism? You tell people capitalism bad. Because if we actually went back to capitalism, things like Amazon aren't possible. Things like Walmart aren't possible in capitalism. Walmart, Amazon only become possible in feudal nations. Because you have an uneven distribution of power. And it requires an uneven distribution of power to accrue power like that. That's the opposite of capitalism. Capitalism empowers everybody. Just like socialism and communism empower everybody. That's the point. The point of those is, go look it up. Go look up the definition of capitalism, socialism, and communism. You know, obviously they're not the same thing, but they're shockingly similar. They're shockingly similar. Because they're all attempts to do the same thing. Evenly distribute power. But capitalism, like every other system, has a core Achilles heel. Capitalism can only exist in a structured, rigorously regulated free market. If you don't have a free market, you can't have capitalism. It can't exist. Because a free market means no one entity can accrue more power than anybody else. The market, supply, demand, and availability will determine how much power, and then the power level of everybody who is able to fill that demand will stabilize. That's how capitalism works. But the moment you allow somebody to manipulate that market, such as requiring a permit, or requiring compliance with expensive regulations, or requiring a medallion to be a taxi cab. Now it's not a free market anymore. Now it's a commodity market. Now if I can get more of those medallions, I have more power, and there's nothing you can do about it. Capitalism attempts to do it via a natural human inclination. Capitalism attempts to attract our desire to do better. If I work harder, I get more. And that makes sense. And that creates a balance. Right? What did somebody describe to me? The two richest people in the country, not 2%, not two groups, not two companies, two people, I believe it's Bezos and Musk, have more wealth than the bottom 40% of the country combined. Do you really mean to tell me that those two people in the same 168 hours per week work harder than the bottom 40% of the whole country, than 60 million people? No, 120 million people. I don't know if that's working population or total population. I believe it's wealth, so I think it's total population. So 330 million times 0.4, 132 million. So the top two people in the country have more wealth than 132 million Americans combined. Do you seriously mean to tell me that those two people work harder than 132 million people? Bullshit. It's not possible. And no, it's not. Top 10 billionaires. Yeah. The top 12 people, 12, own more wealth than the bottom 92% of the country. You could be in the top 9%, and you're still part of the bottom 92%. There's a video on YouTube you should watch that talks about the wealth distribution in this country. I want you to, your homework assignment for next week is to find and watch that video. And then, after you watch that video and your eyeballs go, holy fuck, then I want you to look at the date that video was published. It was published 8 years ago. So imagine how out of date it is now. You can't earn that kind of wealth divide. It's not possible. There is no system on the planet, there's no system in the universe where you can earn that kind of wealth divide. The only way to have that kind of wealth divide is to steal it. There is no other way to get that kind of wealth divide. Let me see if I can find that video for you. Oh, I found it. Holy crap.
There's a chart I saw recently that I can't get out of my head.
Stop playing. They aren't treating them like slaves. They are slaves. If you make less than a living wage, you're a slave. That's the definition of slave. The definition of slave is I make you do something without compensation and without choice. You know, killing all the mom and pop stores to have larger, you know, more efficient stores like Amazon and Walmart, that isn't the problem. That isn't the problem. Those places are more efficient. If Amazon took their profit and they reduced their profit to the same amount the mom and pop stores made before Amazon, and all the extra profit, keep in mind, they're not losing anything. They're still rich. And you took all that excess profit and put it back into society. There's nothing wrong with Amazon and Walmart. Because we would be working 10-hour work weeks at $30 an hour and a high quality of life. If people have to work less for more as you improve the system and make it more efficient, everybody wins. But instead what they did was they reduced your quality of life and kept it all. How do you do that under capitalism? By maintaining a free market. I go outside and I scoop up some dog piss. And I don't know why, I don't know how, but for some reason, people pay me a lot of money for my dog piss in a bottle. RG Pops, or no, John Hess, what are you going to do tomorrow? Tell me what you're going to do tomorrow. I just made $1 million in my first day selling dog piss in a bottle. What are you going to do tomorrow? You're going to go scoop up some dog piss and slap a price tag on it. That's capitalism. What do we have? We have, oh, no. I have the rights to all the dogs. You're not allowed to sell the dogs. My urine is purified. Yours is not. So you can't pass regulatory requirements. So you can't sell your urine. Wait a minute, isn't that the same? Don't they both have to be purified? Yes, but I was able to sell my unpurified urine, get myself filthy rich, and now I can afford to purify my urine. You now have a hurdle to jump through I didn't have to jump through. Okay? That's not a free market. He's gonna make the bottles. Yeah, see? He's thinking like a capitalist. That's capitalism. Go try to start an Amazon. Go try to start a Walmart. Established companies are failing. How many Kmarts do you see? The only one that's succeeding is Target. And that's because they chose a different niche. Target made themselves a posher, higher-end Walmart. So they're technically occupying different spaces that slightly overlap. Go look at what Amazon pays for shipping. Now you try to start your company and ship something. See what you have to pay for shipping. You see what I mean? Most people don't understand what a free market is. A free market doesn't mean laissez-faire, libertarian bullshit, because the libertarians are fucking wackos too. A free market is regulated and controlled. But the trick is, when the government notices, oh, Chris Taylor is using his wealth from selling dog piss early to inhibit the ability of John Hess from selling his dog piss. That's where the government steps in and says, bad Chris, back off. And then John Hess builds his company on its merits, not on my ability to control him. And here's the hard part. The government then backs up and removes itself from the equation. Hands off. Let the market run. Only step in every now and then to spank somebody who's trying to upset the free market, reestablish the free market, and then back off again, hands off, let it run. Only step in when you have to correct something, make the correction, and then back off again. The problem is we don't do that. And so we don't have a free market. Do you want to see what capitalism and a free market can do? Even with rampant racism destroying the system, do you want to see what free market capitalism can do? The largest growth of the middle class in the history of the entire planet. The biggest reduction in crime in the history of the entire planet. Post-World War II America. I mean, if you were black, fuck you, you're screwed. But in general, we did very, very well. And that was because of the technology boom from World War II and capitalism. But then we said, fuck it, we want more power, and we destroyed all that. Capitalism is good. Capitalism is probably the most ideal system we can use. I don't think we have the technology for socialism yet. I don't think we're quite there yet for socialism and communism. Both of those could work as well. Communism is a little more difficult because communism requires altering human beings. You know, our mental mindset isn't really compatible with communism. It is compatible with socialism. Socialism is probably the ideal form of government we could use. Star Trek is socialism. But Star Trek has the technology to do socialism. We probably need what we're supposed to have here. A constitutional republic. What is a properly functioning constitutional republic? A properly functioning constitutional republic is communism. It's socialism. It's capitalism. It's democracy. It's totalitarianism. And it's a little smidge of anarchy here and there. That's a properly functioning constitutional republic. Where's the dictatorship? The Constitution. Supreme law of the land. Very difficult to change. Where's the socialism? You have health insurance, right? You have car insurance, right? I mean, that's socialism. I mean, you know, where's the communism? Do you have roads? Do you have a fire department that's paid for by the city? Do you have a police department that's paid for by the city? That's communism. I mean, you go and vote. That's democracy. You can own a business for profit. That's capitalism. A proper constitutional republic is a mix of all of them. It's a properly balanced mix of all of them. We have to have communism for our power grid. What are you going to do? Run 10 power lines to every single house in the country so that you can have free choice in capitalism in power companies? Are you kidding me? That's like the stupidest idea on planet Earth. No, you run one power grid, and it runs under socialism, communism. You socialize healthcare. You have one healthcare for the whole country that no one pays a penny for except via their taxes. Right? That makes sense. I mean, people say, well, what about democracy? Democracy sucks. I'll take communism over democracy. At least when you're in communism, you know it. Okay? I'll take a dictatorship over democracy. There's a reason the Founding Fathers went to great lengths to never use the word democracy anywhere in the founding of this country. Because we have a functional democracy right now, today. Do you know what that democracy is? We call it Congress. They vote themselves anything they want. That's democracy. How's that working out for you? How's that working out for you? That's democracy. That's the ultimate end result of democracy. Democracy's bad. Democratic? Not Democrat. Democratic, meaning we have aspects of democracy? Absolutely. But we regulate them with a constitution. We balance anarchy, democracy, majority rules, mob rules. We balance that with dictatorship, totalitarianism, our constitution. Yes, you can vote, but you can't control this. Right? You can't tell me what I can say. That's the idea, at least. Okay? So you balance them. All right? Capitalism. You balance that with the free market. The free market keeps capitalism in control. But remember, people who have power drive to be the only one. They drive to be Highlander. To cut off that last head. There can be only one. All right? So they are always going to try to manipulate the free market to benefit them above somebody else. And it's the government's job to step in, say no, and restore balance. Well, the problem is, they've been ignoring the Constitution for 100 years. They don't even bother with amendments anymore. You notice we haven't made any new amendments lately? Because they don't bother. Because we've just accepted that they can just ignore it anytime they want. Only if it's going below their cost. But if Amazon is actually being more efficient, if Amazon is actually selling it for a profit at the lower price, that's fine, as long as the savings go back into society. Because then we all have to work less hard and less number of hours. But that's not what we do. Instead, we enact the savings and then keep it. And we hoard away the savings as record profits. That's how you end up with 12 people, 12. Not 12 groups, not 12 companies, not 12%, 12. 10, 12. 12 people owning more wealth than 92% of the entire population. That's the only way that happens. Watch this video. That video will blow your mind. It's mind-blowing. And that video is 9 fucking years old. That video was posted November of 2012. When this wasn't nearly as bad as it is now. It's incredible. It's... Correct. You're right, Scott. Only when they're forced to. And that's the reason why people don't revolt. A lot of people don't realize that the formation of the United States of America was an aberration. The formation of the United States is not possible. The United States shouldn't exist. The United States should never have existed. It exists because of a fluke of nature, technology, history, and education. It was a 1 in a million shot that will never happen again and would never have happened before. If we tried to form the colonies 30 years later, the United States would have failed. 30 years earlier, the United States would have failed. It was a Powerball ticket. Why was the United States possible? Well, it was a combination of the kinds of people we sent here, well-to-do, educated people who were being ostracized, and also our inability technologically of being able to get from Europe to the U.S. The mortality rate for people coming to here was in excess of 50% in many cases. So you were talking about a supply line over an ocean, and half your soldiers died or became sick every time you crossed it. We did not win the Revolutionary War. We did not win the Revolutionary War. Britain tapped out. Britain said, fuck it, you can keep it, we're done with this. That's what happened. It was a happenstance of technology, education, knowledge, and quirks of geography that don't exist today. Today we can easily cross an ocean without a problem. We don't even have to. We can just transmit the data. See you later, RG Pops. That's what we do. The stream ended at 4 o'clock. We just chit-chat after that. You know, we just watch this thing go and we chit-chat after 4 o'clock. So, yeah. The stream's basically done by 3 or 4 o'clock. But, and after that, we just chit-chat until everybody's bored. Yeah, when people leave, then, you know, I know they're bored. or when I get too hungry or too tired sitting in this chair for 6 hours. Well, see, it's important to recognize that altruism is mostly a fiction. When I was in search and rescue, the first thing they taught me, and this taught me a lot about life, the first thing they taught me was no one is more important than you. You first. Isn't that selfish? Well, no. What fucking good are you to the person you're trying to rescue if you've got a broken ankle in a ditch? You're useless. Matter of fact, you're worse than useless. You're a burden. Because now, no, Patreon can't change the world. Because now, not only am I useless to the search and rescue effort, but now resources from the search and rescue effort have to be diverted to help me. So first thing we are taught is protect yourself first. Don't run in headlong. Step carefully, tread carefully, look where you're stepping. Because if you get injured or lost, you're not only now useless, but you're now harming the search and rescue effort. Because now we have to devote resources to helping you. 10 Patreons? I don't understand. The core problem with Patreon is that you need a credit card. And Visa and MasterCard can manipulate the world by simply not allowing you to use the credit card. That's exactly what they tried to do. And they do that. If they deny you the ability to use Visa as a monetary exchange, you're basically dead on the internet. So they already exert a lot of control via. Oh yeah? Yeah. You go try to sell stuff on Etsy with a checking account. Let me know how that works out for you. You go try to sell stuff in your store by checks. You let me know how that works out for you. It's not going to. So those conditions don't exist anymore in this country, and the United States could never form again. Now, if you omit the United States, okay, because the United States is an aberration. If you omit the United States, think of it as like a bell curve, and you take away the highest and lowest scoring person. Yeah, and Stripe's dead. No one uses Stripe. And unless they can use a credit card. You know, how do I tell my customer that in order for you to buy my 3D printed screw, you have to pay me now, but I'm not going to ship this for 3 or 4 weeks because I got to wait until your money hits my account and wait until it leaves pending and goes to posted so you can't take the money back. No, because if any country in Europe tried to revolt, there's a way to get to all those countries by land. So that's how the UK was able to control the world. No, they'll just outlaw cryptocurrencies. You'll be black market dealing. You won't be able to deal in the light. And if you can't deal in the light, you're eventually going to be caught. Rich people can do that. Everyday people can't. So it'll just no longer be accepted as a way of doing it. Oh, we're backsliding huge. Oh, we're backsliding big time. It's getting bad. It's getting so bad that the white folks are starting to realize you're slaves too. You know, racism is a fiction. It's not a fiction anymore. Racism absolutely exists today. But in history, racism was a fiction. It was about money. And it was about control. I mean, why pay a guy to plow your field when I can just use a whip or a sword and make that guy do it for me for nothing? Apparently that's only business accounts. Apparently that's not for personal accounts. Apparently there was enough pushback on that you have to make sure you are using a personal account and not a business account. Elon Musk is kind of a weirdness. You see, someone like Bezos is evil. But someone like Musk is chaotic neutral. So Musk didn't look out to make all the wealth in the world. Musk wanted to go to Mars. And he's using the system that exists to do it. So he has a dream and he's using the system to do it. And that happens to be accrue lots of wealth. And he's very good at doing it. You see, Musk is a different kind of genius. There's two kinds of genius. You have geniuses similar to Musk. You know, think people like Musk, Sam Walton, Bezos, stuff like that. They're geniuses. And then you have geniuses like Hawking and Einstein and people like that. Elon Musk's genius is in recognizing that he doesn't know shit and surrounding himself with people who do know shit. I don't know how to do this. Let me find the best person who does and have them help me do it. So that's a type of genius. He's definitely very eccentric. But eccentricity is how we get the wonderful things we get in the world. He's not scamming us with Hyperloop and Supertruck. His eccentricity and bumping up against the restrictions of our society is causing him to massively overpromise and underdeliver. He eventually delivers. He just massively underestimates what it's going to take to deliver. It's not lying. It's not lying. Lying is saying something that you know is false with malicious intent. That's lying. He really wanted to do what he said he could do in the time span he said he could do it. He just is finding out that, yep, I can't push that hard. It's just not going to happen that fast. I mean, the only reason he doesn't have a Starship in orbit right now is because the FAA is dicking with him. Otherwise, he probably would have flown 10 of the fuckers already. Okay? He's go, 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 and the world around him is slowing him down. Some of that is legislative, some of that is political, and some of that is, I underestimated reality. You know, we're not quite there technologically yet. Not false promises. He intends to get where he's promising. You know, what he is promising is feasible. It is possible to do what he's promising. He's a throw it against the wall, see what sticks, drop what doesn't work, and run with what does work. And if you say, I only want to get to $20, you're only going to get to $20. If you say, oh, I'll be happy with $1 million, you're going to get to $500,000. But if you want to reach for the stars, you have to reach well past the stars in order to get to the stars. You need to reach for Alpha Centauri if you want to get to Mars. You see what I mean? If you reach for Mars, you're never going to reach Mars. You've got to reach higher than what your goal is in order to get there. You have to shoot for infinity. And that's what he does. He shoots for infinity. The problem is not Musk. The problem is us. We develop unreasonable expectations based on his wishful thinking promises. And that's our fault, not his. Exactly. It's his time frame. And it's also our interpretation of his promises. You know, we have to realize he is a businessman. He is doing this to make a profit towards goals. And that Hyperloop might work just fine. And if he realizes that the Hyperloop is not going to help him get to his end goal, he will drop it like the hottest fucking potato you ever saw. So it's not that he lied. It's that he eventually developed enough knowledge to realize, I don't need that anymore, so I'm dropping it. Gone. Right? And we have to recognize that in our expectations when he puts out his wishful thinking. That's partially a failure on our part. So call it a white lie. He's over-promising. But when you're shooting for big goals, you have to overpromise. I don't know how much stealing he's doing. I mean, he's putting it all back into the system. I mean, what's the quickest way to go from being a billionaire to a millionaire? Start a space company. I mean, space is expensive. But he's delivering. Just a Falcon 9 alone has reduced the cost of access to space multiple orders of magnitude compared to what it was before. I mean, look at the cost of sending up a Dragon crew capsule to the space station. Now look at the cost of sending up the space shuttle. Let's find out. A typical space shuttle launch costs $450 million. Oh, I didn't even realize it was that high. Oh my God. And the space shuttle was 1990. Let's use 1995. So it's almost $1 billion to launch a space shuttle. Thunderfoot's a load of shit half the time. I love Thunderfoot, but some of his stuff is a load of shit. Right? Who cares if it's subsidized? The cost is coming down. You think the space shuttle was 100% subsidized to the tune of $0.8 billion per launch. $823 million per launch. And what does a typical Falcon 9 launch is $57 million. Even if it's 100% subsidized, it's $57 million compared to $823 billion. Oh, a million, I'm sorry, 823 million. So, what's the math on that? 823 divided by 57. You can launch almost 15 Falcon 9s for the cost of one space shuttle launch. That's a 15-to-1 decrease in cost. Now, sure, the space shuttle could do things the Falcon 9 can't, but that's where the Starship comes in. Right? And now the way he's doing it is interesting, okay? This is what happens when a capitalist builds a space program. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the shuttle was meant to be. That's what the shuttle became. And a Falcon, what's a Falcon Heavy carry? Let's see. Falcon Heavy is $90 million. Still 1/10 the cost of a shuttle launch. And a Falcon Heavy payload 63, it's almost 64,000 kilograms to LEO. While the shuttle could carry 11,000 kilograms. No, I'm sorry, higher. 35,000 kilograms. So a Falcon Heavy can carry twice as much for 1/10 the cost. Now, how did he do that? Well, he did that by playing dirty rocketry. Dirty rocketry is how we did rockets in the early days when we had unlimited funding. You know, when everybody was hardcore, get rockets going. You just burn rockets. He's got water tank welders making rocket ships. Yes, a lot of them blow up, but they cost nothing. Compared to what we would pay to put a rocket up, the cost was basically zero. So he can afford to do it 10 times and blow up 8 of them. While when we blow up a rocket, it sets us back 20 years. In 6 months, he'll blow up the 9th rocket, and they'll figure out, okay, we know why they're all blowing up now, and the 10th one works. It looks messy as hell. It's dirty rocketry. It's Kato rocketry. But it works. And it's cheap. And he's just getting started. That's just using conventional shit. Every engineer on the planet told him there's no way in hell you're landing a first stage of a rocket and reusing it for anywhere near that kind of price. Bringing back an orbital class vehicle and landing it? We're now launching Falcon 9s on the same booster for the 11th time. Well, the Apollo program is what happens when we ignore cost and we say, here's our goal, get there no matter what. That shows what we're capable of when we ignore cost. I mean, here, you want Coffee Tech just said what I'm going to talk about next. You want proof that the Falcon 9 is dirt fucking cheap to fly? He's blowing off missions, launching his own internet service into space. I mean, if that right there doesn't prove to you that his launches are dirt cheap, I don't know what will. Because if his launches were subsidized and were actually really expensive, he couldn't afford to be putting hundreds and hundreds of low Earth orbit satellites in space to create a internet network. It could be. What's that, when you have out of control cascade reaction in orbit? But then again, his Starlink network could make it possible for us to clean up orbit too. Make it cheap enough to put shit into space, and you can launch, big probes with nets that catch all that space debris and then deorbit it. So he could eventually make space travel cheap enough that we could actually clean up Earth orbitals. What Scott is talking about is the fact that we have so much stuff in space now that it's starting to become a danger in its own right. Because remember, orbital velocity is 17,000 miles per hour. So if something the size of a dime hits you, it's like being hit by a hand grenade. It doesn't matter if it's a net profit. He's doing Starlink to pay for Mars. Starlink hasn't been paid for the government. That's a purely private Elon Musk thing. He's doing it because he's got a hard-on for Mars. And so he's doing Starlink to pay for Mars. Well, you got to remember, Scott, it's delta. Okay? It's all about delta. If you're going 70 miles an hour and a car next to you going 1 mile an hour, does your hand break off if you reach out and knock on the guy's window? No, because relatively speaking, he's doing 1 mile per hour. Okay? So you pick an orbital path, and then you just go a teeny bit faster than the debris in that path. And so you're doing 17,001 mile an hour, and the debris is doing 17,000 mile an hour. It's a 1 mile per hour catch. Okay? There's obviously logistics that would be very complicated, but that's the point. All right, the point is, the space station is not in danger from debris that's in its same orbital. It's in danger from things that are in different orbitals, meaning where there's a velocity delta. So space station's going this way, debris is going this way, okay, or reverse, the opposite direction. So it's only where there's deltas. When there's no delta, there's no force. You just gobble, gobble, gobble. In theory, you know what I mean? It's like if you were in a speedboat doing 100 miles an hour and you tried to grab that bottle out of the water, it's going to tear your hand off. But if you and the bottle are just bobbing there in the ocean, you're doing 1,000 miles an hour. Because that's the orbital velocity or the rotational velocity of the Earth at the equator. So you and that soda bottle and that ocean are now doing 1,000 miles an hour. This mouse is doing 1,000 miles an hour right now. I'm doing 1,000 miles an hour right now. Nothing happened because we're both going 1,000 miles an hour. All right, we're matching velocities. I see what you did there. But the proof that the Falcon 9 is dirt fucking cheap to launch is Starlink. Starlink isn't possible until you have space launches that are cheap enough to make it feasible. But I mean, he's eccentric, but at least his billions are going back into society. He's advancing science. He's advancing our capabilities. He's advancing our world. What's Bezos doing to advance our world? What's the Walton family doing to advance our world besides increasing slavery? We wouldn't have electric cars today if it wasn't for Elon, because our car manufacturers made sure to kill them dead. And it took someone willing to use non-optimal batteries, because lithium-ion batteries are not optimal for electric cars. They're not a great choice for electric cars. They're volatile, they're short-lived, and they're expensive. Well, in 10 years, or what, 12 years, Elon went from $150,000 electric cars to $35,000 electric cars. And the next step is $25,000. Now, sadly, that's a bit slow for people like me, because even a $25,000 car is far more than someone like us can afford. A $25,000 car is still a car that half the country can't afford to buy. Well, yeah, of course, you always have to have subsidies. Because otherwise, how would you get one person to invest so much into something? Because you have to reach a critical mass. A critical mass before you could become self-sustaining. Everything good we have in society comes from subsidies. Subsidies aren't bad. Abused subsidies are bad. But subsidies aren't bad. That's the whole point of government. One of the whole points of government is for the government to correctly realize we're here, we need to go here. What can we do to encourage us to get there more efficiently to help the most people? All right? And what subsidies? There's the electric car industry doesn't even get any good subsidies. Almost $1 billion? Shall we go back again to the almost $1 billion per space shuttle launch? How many Falcons are being boosted a year now? It's almost weekly now. $138 Falcon launches in 12 years. With 136 successes while playing dirty rocketry. He did more in 12 years than we did in the first 30 years of rocketry. I mean, you know, what's that subsidy per cost? Let's say it's $1 billion. So 1 divided by 138, that's 0.0072 billion per launch. I'm okay with that. $1 billion is literally nothing. I think we need to increase the subsidies for electric cars. Because we don't currently have any real subsidies for electric cars. What we have is rich people's coupons. Because you and I don't get the $7,500 electric vehicle tax credit. Because it's a tax credit. That means you have to owe that much in tax to collect it. So the only way you could collect $7,500 electric vehicle tax credit is if you owe the IRS $7,500. Oh, and your FICA doesn't count. Just your W-2, your 1040 taxes. Hybrids are a waste of money. Hybrids suck. Hybrids are a crossover technology to allow us to get to full electric. I hate hybrids. I could save money driving a hybrid. A person like me, not anymore. Today, buying a hybrid for me would be stupid. When I was driving 50,000 miles a year, I could save money buying a Prius. A taxi driver can save money buying a Prius. You can't save money buying a Prius. The increased cost of paying for a Prius will never pay dividends in saved fuel. Never. Unless you're using so much fuel by driving so much that the cost difference makes sense. You're driving 30, 40,000 miles a year? Okay, a hybrid makes sense. Most of us don't come anywhere close to that. Most of us drive 12 to 13,000 miles a year. Well, let's do some math. I think it's 13,214, I think is the current average. 13,214. The average fuel economy in this country is 24.5 miles per gallon. Divided by 24.5. That is 539 gallons of gas, or divided by, times 3. $1,618 in gasoline per year. So, if you bought a Prius and you somehow, you're not going to do this, but let's say you somehow managed to average 50 miles per gallon. You're not going to. You're going to average 35 to 40. But let's say you somehow managed to average 50 miles per gallon. It would save you a whopping $800 a year. Wow. So in 10 years, it would save you $8,000. You could have saved more than $8,000 by buying a more than $8,000 cheaper car that got 25 miles per gallon. Now, if you're already looking to spend that much money on a car, like if that car is there not because of its fuel economy, but because it matches the class of car you're looking to buy, okay, then of course, if you can get the 25 mile per gallon car or the 50 mile per gallon car, that makes sense. But we're not talking about you. We're talking about people saving money. That means spending less. You never save money buying a Prius unless you're a delivery driver or a taxi driver or someone like that who drives a ridiculous amount of miles. Because remember, I was driving 50,000 miles per year. So 50,000 miles per year, and worse, I couldn't drive a 25 mile per gallon car because my physical stature made it too uncomfortable. I had to drive a minivan. I needed something higher up off the ground to justify me to drive it, because it wasn't the driving that hurt, it was the getting in and out of the car. Me trying to climb in and out of a Geo Metro, it hurt. After about the 6th time climbing in and out of that car, it became painful. It was killing my back. So my minivan, however, did manage to get about 19 miles per gallon, which is pretty impressive for a minivan. Divided by 19. So I'm burning 2,631 gallons a year. At the time when I bought the car, gas was $4.40 a gallon, or $4.25. It was just over $4. That's $11,184 a year. Fuck hybrid. Let's go straight to a minimum wage worker buying a brand new car. Okay? Because work paid for my gas. So I went and bought an electric car for $16,000. How could that make sense? Well, my monthly payment was $335, and my insurance went up $70 a month. That's $405 a month times 12. That's $4,860 a month. So that car paid for itself in 18 months. Literally, it paid for itself in 18 months. But that was only because I was driving, 50 fucking thousand miles a year. Right? So my pay didn't go up, but the amount of money that our family business had to spend on gas dropped by $11,000 a year. You're saying, well, no, now you're paying for electricity. Whoopee. I got 4.5 miles per kilowatt. We were paying 9.6 cents per kilowatt hour. So I didn't do 50,000 miles in an electric car. I still had to use the gas car for some of that mileage, but let's just do the math. 50,000 miles, all right, divided by 4.5 is 11,111 kilowatt hours times 0.096. So $1,066 in electricity to run the electric car versus $11,184 in gasoline. That's a fucking no-brainer. No, it's not a partial tax write-off because I wasn't allowed to write it off. I didn't make enough money to claim a tax credit on the car. So that's the only reason someone like me has that electric car. I could never afford that car. If that's one of the reasons I won't give up the car, because once I give up that car, I'm never getting another one. I don't make enough money for a car payment. I could never afford another one of those cars. So if I give that car up, that's it. No more electric car. And I fucking like my electric car. But so what's that come out to? Minus 1066.667, and then minus the 4860 in car payments and increase in cost of insurance. So even after paying for the car, paying for the electricity, and paying for the increased cost of insurance, I'm still saving $5,257 a year. So not only did I get a free brand new car, Nissan Leaf, not only did I get a free brand new modern electric car that required zero maintenance. Yes, you're correct, but that's hard to do, especially in this current economy. That's really hard to do. Put it this way, I'm doing bad enough that I'm looking to go back to delivering pizza to try to offset my income a little bit. 1 or 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. And, I was doing pretty good pre-pandemic, but then 6 months after I moved here, the pandemic hit and kind of fucked me over pretty bad. Both from an economic point of view and from a health point of view. I've got some permanent repercussions from having COVID that are making do what I need to do hard to do. And what's worse is I know I need to do them, and I know I'm not doing them, and I still have trouble doing anything about it. It's very difficult. It did something to my brain that makes it very hard for me to motivate and to do things. It's very, very difficult. And then, of course, the lack of doing anything degrades your physical health, and so now it becomes physically hard to do anything. I tell people, put on a 250-pound backpack and try to go about your day. No, brain fog. It's you can actually see it in my videos. You'll see me stop for an extended period of time as I'm trying to get my brain to go and do what it needs to do to think of the words I'm trying to do, and that's part of it. That's the brain fog. Yes, I can, but the problem is delivering pizza is a double-edged sword. First of all, the pay is substantially better here. In Pennsylvania, you got paid $4 an hour while you're on delivery. Here, you get paid $9 an hour on delivery. It's a big difference. That's what I should have been doing, and I wasn't. It's just, you make mistakes, you got to live with them. Part of it's the brain thing. It's fucking with my head. It makes it hard for me to think. It makes it hard for me to clear my thoughts. It makes it, I've recorded a dozen videos to to release on Sunday and then deleted them because they were so bad. It was just, I'd play it back and go, oh God, I can't post that video. It's so bad. So I've got to, I got to work through it. That's all I got to do. I got it in January of 2020. And I didn't realize there was a problem until February of 2021. That's when I realized there was a problem. So I'm almost afraid to go back and watch my videos. 3D printing at Nerys.com. I'm almost afraid to go back and watch my videos from 2020 because, it was a pure accident that I even figured out what was going on. I was having trouble sleeping. I still do. Actually, I got to go to the they finally got a prescription that my insurance accepted. I don't have a problem sleeping. I have a problem going to sleep. So, I'll be up all day. I'll get up at 7 in the morning, and I'll be up all day, and I'll hit the sack, 11 o'clock at night. 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm still up. I can't get up and do work because I'll fall asleep in this chair. I'll end up like this. Kind of half sleeping in the chair, which of course doesn't really give you any sleep. So I'll finally give up trying to get any work done, and I'll go lay down in bed, and I can't fall asleep for hours. I don't know. It's weird. I've tried everything. So I'm finally going to try medication. Apparently, I'm finding out that you see what I mean? I lost the goddamn train of thought again. I found out that antidepressants in very mild doses are used to help with sleep problems. Well, see, there's the problem. Again, I'm not trying to make excuses. I 100% recognize that my problems are largely self-inflicted and that I have to come up with the solution to these problems. But I have physical, mechanical problems that are not so easy to solve. Alright, again, put on a 250-pound rucksack. Now try to go exercise. If you can even do it, you're not going to make it far. And if you do the wrong exercise or the wrong thing, you're going to destroy your knees. I'm 450 pounds. I'm 6'4", and I can leg press over. I can max out any leg press machine I've ever touched, but that's still 450 pounds. I am limited in how far I can walk. Even financially, I'm limited in how far I can walk. Sure, I can go put on those $200 pair of Danners, and I can walk probably 2 miles before I'm too exhausted, and I could probably do that every day, and in 6 weeks, I'll have to buy another $200 pair of Danners. I don't have the money for that. Okay, so I tend to walk in grocery stores, which is a lot less damaging to your feet. But it's a pandemic, so you don't spend too much time in grocery stores. See, when we got here, almost every day we would drive to the grocery store. Why not? I can't drink tap water. I have to buy my water. And I can't drink the tap water. The tap water is horrifying. And I can't afford the elliptical is not as low impact on the knees as you think. But there's the other problem. So I need a stationary piece of exercise equipment that is low impact. I don't have to do a lot of exercise. I don't need to do strength training. I just need to do something. I need to be moving my body for an extended period of time that isn't going to hurt me and isn't going to cost me a lot of money. There are basically only 3 things I can do that match those criteria. That's a stationary bike, an elliptical, or swimming. I can't do swimming. There's no swimming here. I can't do bicycle because I'll destroy the bike. I got to lose at least 100 pounds before I can get on a regular bicycle. And then I can't do an elliptical because any elliptical machine I can afford won't hold 450 pounds. I mean, even the machines at oh, our water is nasty. It's very, very lime infused, calcium heavy. It's very, very heavy water. It's very nasty. I have to remove my shower heads once a month and soak them overnight in vinegar because the calcium builds up on them so fast. I had to buy special ultra low power density heating elements and put my water heater on a remote control Wi-Fi switch with inching, so that I take my phone out and I go boop, and the hot water heater turns on, and 1 hour later it turns off. Because if I leave the hot water heater on, regular elements, I was replacing them every 4 to 6 weeks. The hot water heater would just stop working. I'd go out, unscrew an element, and it's gone. It's that bad. The water is really bad here. And you can't drink it. It tastes so horrible, it's undrinkable. I need to figure out, New Mexico. I need to figure out what Golden Corral does. We go to Golden Corral every now and then, especially for breakfast, because I love bacon, and I'm not paying $7 a pound for bacon. So, once a month we go to Golden Corral. $10 all you can eat. We don't, actually, oddly enough, we don't tend to overeat. It allows you to eat the nicer stuff that you normally can't eat because it's too expensive. Especially salad. God, I love salad, but it's so expensive. But anyway, the Golden Corral, I don't know what the hell they're doing with their water, but it tastes amazing. I guzzle down like 4 glasses of water when I go there. It tastes so good. They must have a very good quality. Oh, I don't care if it's pork. If it's not pork, it's not bacon. They must have a very good water softening system and then a very good filtering system on top of that. And, well, actually, we got food stamps, and that's allowing us to eat things like salad more often, because now we have a substantially larger food budget. It's actually changing our life for the better. It really is amazing, because now I don't have to buy just carbohydrates. I can buy good foods now. I can buy healthy foods because we can afford it now. In Levittown, we had the best water. I drink it right out of the faucet, no question about it. It's just glass faucet. It tasted great. And we just had a very basic filter underneath the sink for the house water. But even the bathroom sinks, you could drink the water, no problem. Here, oh my God. I was in the shower. You survived cancer, Scott? Fuck yeah, man. Fuck cancer. Not in Flint. Too much lead. So I can't drink the water. I have to buy the water. And it's not crazy expensive, but it is a cost. And at the minimum, we drink diet. It's all 0 calories, so at least we're not drinking calories. Because that's the worst. Look at the calories in a Coke bottle. Oh. Oh my God, the calories, it's so high. Oh, really? Well, the problem is here, our water, all water in New Mexico is well water. There's no reservoirs, there's no lakes. So all water in New Mexico comes from aquifers underground. And the problem is, especially here in particular, it's limestone. So the water is very, very, very heavy. Good for you, man. I won the genetic lottery. I got very good genetics. I mean, my family is long-lived. It takes us fucking it up and screwing it up to break that. Like Michelle and I just had blood work done, and everything came back great. The only bad thing in our blood work was slightly elevated A1C, and both of us are dropping because we're starting to control sugar. So the limestone obviously infuses the water with calcium, and the problem is you cannot filter hard water. no filter can remove hard from hard water. The only way we reverse osmosis kind of works, but you clog up the filter after a few gallons. Like, it clogs the filter almost immediately. So it doesn't really work for getting rid of the hard water. The only way to remove hardness from hard water that we currently know of is ion exchange. You have to exchange the calcium ion for something else. We do that with salt. So basically it makes your water salty. For people with heart conditions, they have to use potassium chloride because they can't have the salt from the ion exchange. So basically you exchange the calcium with a sodium ion. And after you do that, then you can filter the water. One of the reasons I want to try to capture rainwater is because rainwater by its nature is soft. You know, it comes from the sky. It's not passing through any minerals. So rainwater is soft water. So if I can capture rainwater, then I wouldn't have to buy drinking water. I could just run that rainwater through a normal set of filters, and I would then have drinkable water. And I can make this a little bigger. So I can't swim. There's nowhere to swim around here. I can't go to a gym. I loved going to the gym. It was worth every penny of paying $10 for a Planet Fitness membership. Because, number one, you're paying for it, which motivates you to use it. Number two, I could actually save money by having the $10 gym membership. Because I'd use the bathroom when I'm there, which saves me water and saves me toilet paper. And I would get a shower when I'm there, which saves me electricity and saves me water. So, the Planet Fitness saved me money on showers, saved me money on toiletries, and their equipment was sturdy enough to handle my weight. I would do a little bit of weight training, just a little bit. You know, I'd go through and do a set. But mostly it was just, you know, depending on what my mood was, either 45 minutes to an hour on the elliptical or 45 to a minute to an hour on the bike. And I would do that 3 or 4 times a week. Expensive and high electrical usage. And also less than 20% humidity. So you're not getting a whole lot out of it relative to the electrical cost and the cost of the system. But the problem is the nearest Planet Fitness is a 42-minute drive away. That's not happening. So the last thing I have left is stationary bike. I have one. I bought one. I got it for $50. The problem is I have no place to put it. In the spring and the fall, I can use it outside. But in the summer, it's too hot, and in the winter, it's too cold. And yeah, we do. I live in Edgewood. It's 24 miles from Albuquerque. And see, I keep zoning out. That's what happens, but on a mass scale. No, thankfully we have been blessed by no snow. We had a little bit of snow one night. It was gone 3 hours later. You know, 3 hours after sunup, it all melted. But so far, we've been very lenient on the temperatures. Like right now, it's 42 degrees outside, which is good because this is not enough to heat this house. This only works down to about 25 degrees. Once it gets below 25 degrees, it starts to get a little chilly in the house. That's one of the reasons I tried to build the shed. That's one of the reasons I put $5,000 into that goddamn shed. Because number one, I could move the washer and dryer into the shed, which will clear up pantry space inside the utility room here. Number two, I have more storage because 1,400 square feet is very tight, you know, for our lifestyle and what I do. And number three, I don't have to climate control the shed, but just by being attached to the house by an open door and insulating it, it's going to be substantially cooler in the summer and substantially warmer in the winter. Which means I could put the exercise bike out there and ride it whenever I want. And yeah, no shit. Have you seen Lake Powell in Nevada? or Arizona, wherever that is, or is that California? I don't know. But that's like the ramp's gone. The water's already below the ramp, all the way below the ramp. But I got fucked over by those guys. And now I don't have any money to pay someone else to finish it. Again, it's my problem. I've got to deal with it. Well, see, the thing is, I can't. If I get on my bicycle right now, it'll be broken inside of 2 weeks. I'm too heavy. It's just not designed for my kind of mass. I mean, I found a couple of recumbent trikes that might hold me, but, you know, they're $500 to $1,000 used. You know, God forbid I blow $1,000 on credit to buy a recumbent trike, and then I break it a month later and can't afford to fix it. There's not too many bikes for... okay, we're not talking about a bigger guy. We're talking about a bigger guy. I make the bigger guys look small. It's my fault. It's 100% my fault. But regardless of fault, I now have to live with the consequences of that. And one of the consequences is there aren't too many bikes made to handle 450-pound riders. None in my price range. The reason I was trying to get a trike is because it has 3 wheels, which means my weight would be more distributed over the 3 wheels instead of focused on the 2 wheels. Just, you know, I can't run. All right. First of all, even if I got a treadmill to preserve my shoes, which would be very expensive to replace, it'll destroy my knees. I mean, if you know math, sit down and do a rough calculation of the momentary G-forces of a 450-pound person even doing a fast run or a fast walk. Yeah, it comes out to like 900 G's of momentary impact force each time my foot hits the ground. My doctor looked me straight in the face and said, "Do anything you want except running." And I was like, "Why?" And it was like, "If you try running, I'll see you in 5 years for knee replacement surgery." Like, your knees are not going to hold up to that kind of abuse. They're not designed to hold this much weight. Your muscles grow to be stronger. Your knees don't. You still got the same knees. I'm 450 pounds, and I live on a gravel dirt road. Yeah, well, you got to be careful with weight training. It's good for toning, but if you go too heavy, it increases your calorie demands. And what I need to do, I need cardio. Cardio is much better for losing weight, because I don't want to gain too much muscle mass, because that defeats the point of, you know, losing weight. Yeah, that would help if you're careful, yes. And I do have that. That's one of the reasons I wanted the Oculus thing, because you're doing this, and that it's surprising how much that'll wipe you out. I can't do the Oculus for more than 30 minutes. 30 minutes, I'm wiped out. 30 minutes of Beat Saber, done. Like, that's it. I'm sitting down. I'm sweating. Okay. UBE. I will wear out. Okay, the most comfortable pair of shoes I ever bought in my life. And I will tell anybody these are the most comfortable shoes money can buy. New Balance. New Balance shoes are amazing. It's like walking on air. They are so comfortable. They are so light. No pressure points. My feet feel like God himself is tickling me with feathers for about 1 week. And then the shoes are destroyed. I tried it twice. I destroy a pair of New Balance shoes in 1 week. You wouldn't know it looking at it. But what happens is I am so heavy that I crush the structure of the shoe inside, the sole. And what happens then is the shoe becomes flat. And when the shoe becomes flat, my feet flatten. And then the pain is unbearable. In fact, the whole reason I started wearing Crocs. I didn't wear Crocs because they were cool. I wore Crocs because I found a pair of orange shoes that were all orange on eBay. And I was like, fuck yeah! Orange shoes! In my size? Oh yes, because I wear size 13. I snatched them bad boys up, and I was like, they're kind of funky looking. They're like flip-flop kind of deal, like sandals, but hey, they're orange. I didn't care. And the first day at work, normally I could be on my feet for about 20 to 25 minutes, and then I have to sit down. It's not because I'm tired. It's not because I'm worn out. It's because the pain is so extraordinary, I have to stop. I have to sit on something and let my feet rest. And I noticed, I was like, what the fuck? It's been an hour, and my feet don't hurt. And I looked down, I was like, the Crocs. What it is they're made of a high density, like, rubberized foam. They're foam rubber. And so when I squish the Crocs, the foam rubber pushes back harder. So the foam rubber pushes into my arches and gives my feet the support they need that regular shoes can't give me because I destroy them. Do you know how long a pair of Crocs lasts? 3 months. 3 months is how long a pair of Crocs lasts. Because what happens is I wear them out so fast. Literally, I wear the bottom of them smooth. I wear them out so fast that eventually they're not thick enough to give me support anymore. I can get a little bit of extra out of the Bistro Crocs, the ones made by that famous chef. They have a plastic insert in the bottom for the tread. Well, Crocs failed me in that they're expensive. You see, at the time, I couldn't just buy Crocs. Oh no, they fail me. I wear out the bottom. The very first thing I do with a pair of Crocs. The very first thing I do with a pair of Crocs is I cut the strap off. My feet are big enough that when I wedge them in there, they don't come loose. But what happens is I wear the bottom out, and when that's why I got these. These are the Bistro famous chef Croc version, and they have this insert in the bottom. This is a hard rubber insert, and that insert dramatically increases the lifespan of the Croc. I can get 5 or 6 months out of these, but they're very expensive and they're hard to find on sale. This is my last pair of Bistros. After this, I have to switch back to regular Crocs, and they don't last nearly as long. So what happens is the bottom of the Croc gets worn away, thinner and thinner and thinner, and then pretty soon they don't provide any support anymore. I used to buy knockoff Crocs. I buy the fake ones, the knockoff brand Crocs, and they were great because I can get them for $5-6 a pair. I'd buy 10 pair at a time, but then they started getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. They started to nickel and dime to save money, and they would make them thinner and thinner and thinner. Now, for a regular person, that's fine. For a 400-plus pound person, that meant the Croc provided me no support from day one. So I had to switch back to, I could only buy Holy Shoes and Crocs. Those were the two name brands that made that kind of stuff. I was thinking about trying, I was thinking about one of these days trying to print my own TPU shoes. And, oh, I do. I walk every single day. But not enough. As you can see, it caught me COVID again. Because if I walk outside, I destroy the shoes even faster because it's dirt and gravel roads. So where can I walk that is safe for my feet, temperature controlled, because I live in the desert, okay, and also not as damaging to the shoes themselves. Well, grocery stores. You go to a store. All right, we wouldn't even buy anything. We would just go around, just walk around the grocery store looking at stuff. Sometimes I'd be making a list on my phone to, yes, I know, 4 or 5 miles. Sometimes I'd make a list on my phone so that when we did go food shopping, I'd already have my list of what I wanted. And, you know, we would just talk and chat, and Michelle would get tired, she'd stop. My bike is up and going. I just can't ride it yet. I'm too heavy. If I were still in Pennsylvania, I would just start buying dirt cheap mountain bikes, ride them until I broke them, and then buy another dirt cheap mountain bike. Problem is they don't exist out here. You know, even a crap mountain bike is $100. But once the pandemic started, we stopped doing that. Instead of going to the store almost every single day and walking, and we were actually losing weight, both of us. It wasn't fast, but we were losing weight. You know, every week we'd get on a scale, be, you know, a pound lighter. You know, every 2 weeks be 2 pounds lighter. It was consistent progress. So, when the pandemic started, that stopped. We then went to the grocery store twice a month, and that's it. And so we ended up sitting in the house all day, and, you know what happens when you do that. No, I have not. The brain fog fix. Alright, it's $5 on Amazon plus shipping, which means I could probably get it on eBay for about $5. Hang on. There it is. $4.20. Free shipping. Oh, audiobooks even better. I like audiobooks. Yep, $4.20. So for $4.20, I'm just gonna buy it. But I might be able to get it off Amazon. Yeah, $4.54 with tax. Fuck it, I'll take it. I'll try it. I like reading, so at worst I get a good book to read. I just bought it. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. But I found it on eBay for $4. So $4, I can afford that. See, that's what happens. I lose my train of thought. I blank out, and and this is what I'm trying to think, you know, and I have to figure out where I was, because I just forget it. It's very annoying. But the sleep thing, the exercise will help with, because I noticed that on days where I am physically active more, it's a lot easier to get to sleep. It still takes me hours, but it doesn't take me all night. But I'm not doing anything. You know, I'm just sitting here in a chair. You know, so I'm not doing anything. And so we are now starting to control our diet more. Now that we have the ability to buy healthier food, I'm starting to make more. I like cooking. I very much enjoy cooking, so that's not a problem. Although the fog hurts with that too, because you just don't want to do anything, and by the time you finally haul your ass up to do something, it's 10 o'clock at night and you don't feel like cooking anymore. I'm trying to get us up at a reasonable time every day. I'm trying to get us... My goal is to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's my goal. Because out here in the desert, getting up early is optimal, because that's where the sunlight is. So I'm trying to get up at 9 o'clock every day in January, and the plan is to push that to 8 o'clock in February, 7 o'clock in March. We're about an hour behind that, because I mean, when you're up until 5 o'clock in the morning, you can't get up at 9. You just can't. I mean, you have to get a certain number of hours of sleep. So I keep trying to go to bed early in order to, I solved the getting up at night problem. It's aches and pains. That's what was doing it. I would get up due to an ache, like a backache or something like that, or a leg ache, and then that ache would prevent me from going back to sleep. Yeah, we're just bullshitting. The stream finished at 4 o'clock. We're just bullshitting now. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I should start switching the stream to one of my other channels when we do this. Because, number one, it's more apropos to the topic of the other channels. And it's less, what do you call it? Distracting to the content of this channel. And it'd be better for this channel, and it would help improve my stats on the other channel. But I'm not going to do that today. I got to start getting into a routine of doing that. What is propofol? I've tried the melanin jellies. They don't do nothing. I even took 4 or 5 of them once. Did nothing. It's anesthesia. I can't get that. Oh, Diprovan. The doctor tried to put me on that. The insurance company said no. I'm pretty sure that's it. I think that's exactly what it is. I work it out by picking a general number that I know should be close, and then I adjust. I print. If it fails, I increase the time, and I keep increasing it until it stops failing. Let's see here. Prescriptions. No, it was Dayvigo. Dayvigo he tried to put me on. The insurance company said no. So instead what he got was mirtazapine. So we're going to... I need to find other filament. I'll just put another sample in. The best source I've found for pirating audiobooks is audiobookbay.nl. That's what I use. American Red, that's Pet G, I don't want to use that. Pet G, don't want to use that. Pet G, it's all Pet G. I can't use Pet G because I'm profiled for PLA. Where's another filament box? Oh, they're all over there. Some purple PLA. Yeah, go do something, Scott. Ah, 3D Solutech. I like 3D Solutech. It says denim blue, but it's in the wrong bag. This is just purple. Oh, Jesus.
What's so funny out here?
You're ugly.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're ugly.
Okay.
It's all your fault.
What's all my fault?
Everything's all your fault.
No.
Everything is all your fault. You're evil.
I get that from you.
You're evil.
You're king evil.
No one's as evil as me.
Where's the children at?
Ugh.
Sorry.
Got no nippers here. I'll just let it feed.
Nippers for what?
To cut the filament to put the next color in. Oh, it broke. Oh wow. Is this broken? Nope, it's intact. So where's the other end?
Tomorrow is Monday.
There we go.
What are you making for dinner? Bread?
Tell me about that. Higher density good or lower density good? I would imagine lower density. Like I could eat a whole entire giant bowl of salad and still have less calories than a pack of French fries. But I don't know whether that's good or bad. There we go. Got a little angle on there. Oh yeah, so fill your stomach up with low density stuff, so you get that satiated response without filling up on a ridiculous amount of calories. It's one thing I love about salad. As long as you don't go crazy with the salad dressing, you can use pretty much as much salad as you want, and you're never going to eat any calories. There's just so little calories in it. We're putting 6 total. So 3, but then we're duplicating, so we'll get 6. Shirataki noodles. Let's look at that. Nice. And there's no such thing as no calories, but there's always a consequence. There's always a side effect. Huh. Konjac plant. Of course, it's Asian only. Yeah, but how much does it cost? That's always the $64,000 question: is what's it cost? Wow, 97% water. What do they taste like, though? Huh. No, not taste. Obviously, it's 97% water. I expect the taste to be 0. So it's going to taste like whatever I season it with. The question is, though, is texture. Does it feel like a noodle, or does it feel like a snot ball going down your throat? Like, can I make ramen soup out of it, and will it still taste like ramen soup? Because I love ramen soup. I put red sauce on it. Will it still taste like spaghetti, or is it going to taste like some funky slime spaghetti? I like lo mein. I'm okay with lo mein texture. It's not the same as normal whatever the pasta's made of. I forgot the word again. It's a form of wheat. But I'm okay with lo mein texture. Side effects could be loose stool, bloating, and flatulence. If it means I get lighter, I'm okay with that. Suck up my farts. I shall become the fart lord. Diabetics have to be careful. Okay, so cooking is the way you cook. It's important. Okay, let's try to find some. Yeah, but expensive. And people can say all the time, it's your life. Well, my life is limited by my budget. So just because it's good for you doesn't mean it's affordable. But I will sure as hell give it a try. Let's see. Oof. That's a little expensive. Wow. Not horribly, though. Yeah, this is 34 cents an ounce. So here's the spaghetti. 12 packs, that's 6 pounds. But it comes in water. So the mass is a very... so you'd have to compare this to the mass of post-cooked spaghetti. Meaning spaghetti after you cooked it. So this is more like, probably more like 2 pounds of spaghetti. If that's 12 servings, yeah, 2 pounds of spaghetti would be pretty close to 12 servings. Maybe more like 3 pounds? No. Yeah. 2, 4, 8. Yeah, pretty close to 2 pounds. So this is $16 a pound. Ooh. that's a little painful. You said Target had it? Taste of Thai, Angel Hair. It's just called this. Oh, those are rice noodles. Those aren't the shirataki. Where's the... Might not have it over here. Let me do a search of just shirataki. There it is, Pasta Zero. Okay. Now, okay, drained weight 8 ounces. That's good. So they're not counting the water it comes in. You do have to cook the water out of it. So it's probably more like 6 ounces. And if we assume 3 to 1, that's like 2 ounces of spaghetti. So that's 2 times 8 is 16. So yeah, it's about $16 a pound equivalent. So I'd have to buy 8 of these to equal 1 pound of pasta in a $1 per serving ratio. So that's pretty expensive. Does Walmart carry it? I mean, $16 a pound will buy you a pretty good steak, too. Although this, of course, would get you 8 meals. So quite a bit cheaper still. $2.28 at Walmart, so it is quite a bit cheaper at Walmart. And I can get it locally. I'm going to grab some. Let's grab 2 of them. Oh, they only have 1. I guess we're going to get 1. But at least they carry it. I put it in my cart for my next order, so I will grab one of those. The other ones are more expensive, but it would be good enough to like try it. Yeah, I bet. Here's 14 ounces of penny pasta. That's shipped, though. They don't have it here. Boy, some of them are really expensive. But that's not horribly expensive. I mean, that's a lot of money. But that's not like end of the world lot of money. You know what I mean? And they're showing that obese people are losing upwards of 5 pounds in 2 weeks with no other change in their diet, which makes sense if you're eating the same amount of food but you're replacing a chunk of it with something that is basically 0 calorie. That makes a lot of sense, and that actually makes pasta healthy, because the unhealthy part of pasta is the pasta. The sauce is good for you. You know, it's tomato sauce. That's good for you. So this will be interesting. I'll definitely try it. At this point, I'm willing to try anything. Anything that's within my physical means and within my financial means, I'm willing to try. And that is really expensive, but that is within my means. Yeah, fiber's good. Fiber's very good. Thank you, Coffee Tech. Were you the one who pointed that out? Yes, you are. Thank you very much for that. We could try. Now, now tell me again what's happening with your CR10. What's it doing? Yeah, no, it's all the healthy stuff is ridiculously expensive, and all the unhealthy stuff is dirt cheap. And you wonder why poor people eat poor food. That's because that's what they can afford. You know, you're eating your fresh Brussels sprouts and your steak and your nice vinaigrette salad, and we're sitting there looking at a pasta dish. Because, you know, I could buy a box of pasta for $1, and I could buy a jar of pasta sauce for $1. So for $2, the two of us will eat a whole jar of sauce, but a box of pasta will make 3 meals. So, you know, for $1.33, I could feed both of us a very filling meal. You know, a whole meal. While you know, that steak dinner, you know, it's $16 a pound. So even if you only ate an 8-ounce steak, which is not much, you're still talking $8 for the steak, and then your Brussels sprouts and stuff, you're still talking $10 each for the meal. So, you know, when multiply that by, 30 meals, and you're at $300 for your nice meal, and you're at $40 for your cheap meal. There you go. That explains it all. And worse, there's secondary costs associated with that. You can't stock. I can stock up on pasta and sauce. I could buy years worth of pasta and sauce and put it in my room. But when I buy salad, I can only buy 3 days worth. And that 3 days worth is going to cost more than a month's worth of pasta and sauce. And when you factor in the cost, and then you factor in the secondary costs, going to the store every 3 days to get more of it because you can't stock up on it because it goes bad. Now, I don't have too much trouble with the secondary costs because I have an electric car and the store's only 1.5 miles away. But the consequence of that is that I pay a lot more for that food. But I save so much money living here that I can afford to pay more for the food. In Pennsylvania, I go to Produce Junction, which I didn't go to that often because it was a 20-minute drive away. You know what really sucks about Produce Junction? Produce Junction was like a 25-minute drive away. It was a 30-second drive from my job. But by the time my job slowed down enough that I could risk stopping someplace, they were closed. So here I am right next to Produce Junction and I can't go. So I can't go in the morning. I got to help with prep. And by the time we're done with prep, we're starting to get busy and I'm the only driver. And by the time more drivers come on, we're at dinner rush. And by the time I'm off work, Produce Junction's closed. So it's like, it's right there, and I can't go. It drove me nuts, because I love Produce Junction. Whole freaking bag of, what the hell? A whole bag, like literally a 2-pound bag of mushrooms for $2. Giant heads of cauliflower and broccoli for $1. I mean, it was so cheap to get produce there. And here, they reach up your ass and tickle your prostate and say, okay, did you enjoy your produce? It's like, wow. The cost difference it's dramatic. I gotta get the filament through the sensor so it doesn't trigger and invoke a filament change error. 90 pounds in 3 months. You can't do that without doctor supervision, without a huge risk, dude. Because you don't lose fat when you do that. Unless you're following like a doctor's regimen or something like that. You don't lose fat when you do that. You're losing muscle mass. Because it's easier for your body to convert muscle into sugar than it is to convert fat into sugar. There's just a limit to how rapidly unless you have a weird body, which is entirely possible, but you're converting fat into energy just takes time. You know, it's a slower process. That's why your body will cannibalize your own heart and your own muscles before it will eat the fat, because it can't. It can't process the fat that quickly. That's why starvation diets don't work. They kill you. Alright, we are on layer 3. Come on, feed that filament. God damn. 90 pounds in 3 months. If I could do that safely. Wow. 3 a.m., where the heck are you? Yeah, but it's just, be careful, dude. Be careful. That is so dangerous. Your body will cannibalize its own muscle mass first. And guess what your heart is? It's a muscle. Because that energy has to come from somewhere. Oh, you're on the other side of the planet. Oh, that's right. Maker Viking, Norway. You know, I want to do a hardcore paleo, low-carb diet, but, you know, they started chasing me when I started nibbling on the politician. Nom, 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 nom. Like, but it's low-carb. It's good for you. Oh my god. Alright, we are there. We should in theory. Uh-oh. Nope, we're not there yet. It's missing the hole. Oh, I might have got it. Exactly. Everybody tastes like chicken. Oh, I think I got it. I can force feed a little bit. Alright guys, I'm going to start dinner. I have those shiitake noodles in my buy list, so I'm going to buy them. And we'll see how good they are. And if they are even edible, I'll give it a shot. Even if I buy just, I don't know, 2 a week. That's only $16 a month. I can afford that. I think I can afford that. Of course there are. No, you have to remember, politicians are lazy shits who don't do anything. So they're veal. Yeah. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, they smell funny. Yes, they taste funny if you eat the wrong parts. You got to get rid of the brain. You got to get rid of the heart. And then you got to put them on a spit, rotisserie style. Lots of barbecue sauce, baby. Go Texas on them. Lots of barbecue sauce, stuff them with chilies. Well, we'll make them taste good. I'll see you guys next week. Next week we are going to play with the high temperature module. I want to play with that. And because I got a roll of carbon-filled polycarbonate. So we're going to try to make one of these that we can actually get hot. Oh yeah. So I will see you guys later. I'm going to go find some local politician to eat. They're usually easy to catch. You guys have a great day. And thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it.